Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Critical thinker. Want it.
We have a man arrested in connection with a shooting in a West Hills Louisiana County. Just cops dressed on a scene, fire trucks everywhere, people dying all around them, we're all trying to figure out what happened. It happened Saturday. An argument broke out between two people in the Fallbrook Shopping Center parking lot when one held a handgun and fired shots. 3 people hurt in the incident, another pronounced dead at the scene. Authorities say it started as a drug deal. LA County jails are facing overcrowding. That means some inmates might be released early. They say domestic violence fines would be first considered for release, followed by burglars and robbers. The proposal is on the agenda for the LA County Supervisors meeting tomorrow. Police had seized 16,000 fentanyl pills during a traffic stop in San Bernardino. The estimated street value is $320,000. Police say suspects have been arrested. Southbound lanes of the 5 freeway through the Grapevine are still closed, installing steel beams in the bedrock to prevent further land movement. Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson has announced his bid for the White House. He will now run against former President Donald Trump, who remains the frontrunner despite his criminal indictment. AAA says the current cost of a gallon of gas has gone up again. LA County right now is paying $4.87 a gallon. And Business News Daily says Tuesday is by mostly sunny, very gusty winds today, highs from 50s to low 60s. Right now it's 55 in Fountain Valley. La Habra has 54, 51 for Burbank, and 53 in Southgate. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
The Sacramento Freeway getting cleaned in Mid-City, LA, and eastbound has Robinson Boulevard. 2 car indirect that takes out the 2 left lanes. Traffic having for you down on the Santa Ana Freeway. There's a bumper in 2 left lanes. 5 southbound past the Crystal Fire Freeway.
I'm multitasking. Definitely won't give you the minutes to give you a list of what I'm doing.
Can't run inside, let's get there faster. You lost your
I don't ask you.
Why is you way up there and scared to come down?
Hang on, I'll get it for you. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mouth and face?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
Why?
They were up a tree too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're Rooter Heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for listening, George.
Before the hero does.
If you have a question, call Rooter Heroes coming in or online at RooterHeroes.com. The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right. When you take this package, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. What are your chances of actually connecting with a real hitman? You're not going to connect with an actual hitman over the internet.
Okay,
There you
so
are.
you're
There's
having
like a
a
Wilson case for this. Why are you so interested?
I don't know. Well, that's not my style. But who knows a guy who knows a guy?
It would be a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. Bill Handle. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on
Mother Paneer, Paneer Mathani, Don't Alu, Paneer Matar, Sadahi Paneer. I don't know any of those. I know maybe a couple of them. I'm sorry about my pronunciation. Do that sound accurate?
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
heard stories of people that go to like senior care retirement villages and they bang around their first relationship. My grandma had a boyfriend, his name was Howard, in her 70s. Howard was shady as by the way. When you're post 70 and it's just a boyfriend or girlfriend, you put a ring on it, or you're just like, I don't want to bother.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. We highlight emerging artists on the first Sunday of every month. Full information at our coasttocoastam.com website. You will be able to see all the info and what they do. They're great artists from all over the planet. Here's that song from Palm Desert, California, with the song Turn Back Time.
ECC, what's new, baby? How's it doing? How's your Monday going?
The first time caller line is 818-501-4721.
What it says. It gives me the total like warning, like, also insensitivity, yada yada yada. Okay. But then it says, in classical terms such as understanding climatic, more contemporary matters such as Bollywood and Hindi pop and music author, soulful melodies of ghazals, or the high energy beats of Bhangra, Indian music has power to transport listeners to another time.
Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
There's a Lewis Levinson's book series called The Paranormal Christian. I will chat with him a little bit more and take your calls this hour on Coast to Coast. Marvelous Entertainment and author Margaret Sunderland have released the newest in action-adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggott's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
Maxwell can describe it and easily compare my vest. He could always let the allergic to another vest that he could bring. Third vest says it's the weather. Then somebody said, he took the wheel and the dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out. The diet is part of Maxwell's diet. And the dog will be
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was telling me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and he said, are you going someplace else? I said, I'm taking care of it myself. He said, okay, and my problem on my skin went away. I have bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivora, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivora.
carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com. And 2 by 10 cords to get 15% off your order.
And welcome back. Richard Lewis with us, his book, of course, The Paranormal Christian. His website is his name, with author at the end, linked up at coast-to-coastam.com for you. Richard, back to reincarnation for a moment. What do you think it is? Well, I think that this physical life is way too short to get everything done that we're here to do and the lessons that we're here to learn. So, for me, I think that it's an opportunity to continue to progress on. And a lot of people in the Christian church have an issue with this because they think you got to get it all done in this life. And, I think each time it's an opportunity. It's the same spirit, but it's a different life. And, I don't see that this is a contradiction of the faith. Because, if you look at the cases of near-death experience, for example, and I share some of these stories in my book, all cases involve a life review, which is kind of a judgment, because in the Bible it says that it is appointed for us to die once, and after this the judgment. Well, every time there is a case of a near-death experience, you've brought these books, and there is a life review that happens. So, and in that finite life, it does end eventually in one. But then, who's to say the spirit doesn't progress on, up until when finally everything ends, and we don't know when that's going to happen. So, in the meantime, there's plenty we can do here in these life science that we have here. So we're talking about the possibility that fallen angels that are in the Bible might be extraterrestrial. Your thoughts? Well, again, if they are from the angelic realm, and I tend to follow this first teaching on the fallen angels and what happens there, they are by very nature extraterrestrial. But that doesn't necessarily mean what a lot of people in the community think, which is that they're extraterrestrial biological entities like us. I tend to follow the traditional church teaching there. Not that extraterrestrials aren't a possibility and that they aren't real, but when you look at the vastness of space, it takes a lot to be able to get from point A to point B, and even if you bend space and create a point, there's still time dilation. All these other kind of things you got to think about. And I just don't think that we have the proof that it's really happening in the way that many people think. It is kind of wonderful to think about. Well, it is. I mean, we've got something like 100 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy, and there's something like 100 billion galaxies in the known universe. And it's hard to imagine that all of that space out there would not have other people like us. And it's definitely something to hope for. It really excites me to imagine that. By the way, thank you for your service to the year. Oh, yes, sir. And thank you for yours as well. Thank you. I think we were both public information officers. Well, I believe so. We're both former staff partners, if I'm not mistaken. I have some relatives in Turkey as well. Did you ever get close to the city of Mardin? Not Mardin. I spent most of my time in the Adana area, but I also spent some time in Istanbul and Ankara, some other things. We had a whole radio and television network that went through the whole country there, and I was a little bit of a minor celebrity there off base, and so that was a lot of fun doing all the spots and the radio shows and everything else, and really one of the best jobs I ever had was entertaining the troops over there. Bob, all over, right? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In a very minor way, but yeah, we used to do video spots with James Bond or James Blonde, because I'm a little bit kind of blondish, and vampire stories, horror stories, all kinds of crazy videos of a lot of fun. Let's go to the phone. Joe, Long Island, New York. Welcome to the program. Go ahead, Justin. Let's get two quick questions. First, you look at meditative prayer, you don't necessarily need an answer right now. First is, when you're on the fly, say you were in a foreign country and not that familiar with the language, and you're lost somewhere, or your boat capsizes 10 miles off Hawaii and you have to do the 10-mile swim with a shark or two and some current, or more maybe as an emergency, even, or just on the fly. And then my second question would be, a lot of people take things that happen as a sign. Would you say that's correct in doing so, sign in nature that they just happen to be there and an observer, and they shouldn't really take that personally, but or would you agree with people that do take that as a personal sign? Well, Joe, it's really hard to tell people personally what to believe. Now, like my pastor will tell me, don't look for signs, and in the Bible it talks about a wicked generation looks for signs. And here's the thing, though, signs still come and they look for us sometimes. So I think you have to be open to see and hear and receive the communication. So earlier we were talking about guardian angels. Your guardian angel's always there talking to you, and but a lot of people aren't open to it. It's kind of like right now we've got these invisible radio signals that are propagating all over the country and all over the planet that people are tuning into with their devices. Well, your brain is a receiver as well, and it receives the spirit communication, so people have to be open and tuned to it. So signs are real, and God can communicate to us through anything, through nature, through something you see on television, through little people, through angels, through all these things. I mean, God is sovereign over all that. So, while I wouldn't, necessarily be looking for signs because you can overly read into signs, they are there for you, and they are gifts from God, and they will be there to help you. Next up, let's go to Bree in Ramsey, Michigan. Welcome to the show. Hi, Bree.
Hi. How's everyone doing tonight? I'm so happy to be here.
Good. Go ahead.
And you're getting shout outs to people in the Air Force, and I want to give a shout out to my little brother Brady in San Diego in the Navy right now. And I'm in Cold, Michigan.
So is my mom.
Alright. So I know that Dolores Cannon has been on this show before.
She's dead.
Right. Yeah. I read her books and I love them. And she does hypnotherapy, like past life regression. She's super careful to not try to put her own beliefs on her, her clients. So in this book, there are clients that were claimed to be ashamed, and there was actual facts and proof after they were progressed that was them. But she had, I'm not religious, I'm definitely like spiritual. And I just want to ask your opinion on like hypnotherapy, or if you've ever read these stuff.
Well, as George mentioned earlier, I'm actually certified by the California Board of Hypnotherapy, and these are all, wonderful things. Hypnotherapy, psychotherapy, modern medicine, science. These are all things that are basically, we have to see if they're gifts from God, because God is sovereign over everything in the creation. And it's very interesting when you look at these various these things and these other religious groups and sects, and they have the different collections of books and things, and it all ties together, with, like for instance, there's these scrolls, and there's the great Isaiah scroll, and all these other things, and then Christianity comes on the rise. It's really a fulfillment of these ancient prophecies. And in fact, the word healing and abduction is well, I tend to believe, first of all, alien abductions are real things that are happening to experiencers, and many of them are suffering in things. But what does that mean? Earlier we were talking about the incubus and succubus experiences, and I find that there's a lot of similarity in what experiencers are having when they believe they're being abducted by aliens. They have the sleep paralysis oftentimes. They experience like the swarming I was talking about earlier. These things tend to materialize and dematerialize. They pass through walls. They do things that extraterrestrial biological entities we would not expect of, and they often happen while they're at home in their beds. They wake up in their beds when the experience is over. And it just doesn't seem like really visitors from other worlds doing these things. I think it's a spiritual experience. And people like Joe Jordan and many other researchers have even found that calling on the name of Jesus causes these abduction experiences to stop. So once again, this looks to me like spiritual, psycho-spiritual, and ultra-terrestrial type of explanation for what's going on there.
It's like an exorcism, isn't it?
Well, yes, it really is. And even when people talk about having implants and things like that, I mean, if you read the journals of exorcists, they've had physical manifestations of people
George. Hi, Richard. I had a similar experience that you had, but I was 15 and I was picked up hitchhiking for Clifford Olson, and he was a child murderer out here. Yeah, he just got caught right after. He picked me up. But the only reason is and he gave us his phone number when I to look for him. And like you had that voice, and I had the voice for told the phone number was now. And I never called him, and I had this experience here discouraging. And because of that experience, when I hit roughly around 21, it hit me hard. I mean, it hit me so hard that it grew into my adult years. Knowing that God is, like you say, sovereign, and other experiences I have had, that it solidifies how much God loves us. And I just want to know, what age were you when it hit you?
I remember understanding this presence and having this voice guiding me from my earliest memories. I don't know. I can't remember a time before that voice was there. So whether it was my guardian angel, the Holy Spirit, Jesus Christ himself, it was there for me always. It's always been there. And I really resonate with your story, and I really want to tell people out there, this is a great point to make about your intuition, because that's kind of a common concept, to say intuition. And the Bible talks about a still small voice, but how do you want to describe it? This is God's sovereignty and providence reaching out to us, and a lot of people feel it as like a gut feeling. It can be a literal voice, like I've experienced. It can be, you've got vision, you can hear things. There's all kinds of ways that the Spirit can communicate with you. But if you get a bad sense or a bad feeling about a situation like that, definitely keep those feelings and keep those warnings, because they are coming directly from God, and they are for your best interest. How old were you, Richard, during that abduction experience with the school? I was 7 years old when that happened. And you were smart enough to get away. Well, I have a little help, and I'm really grateful for that. Is that voice still with you? Oh, yeah. No, that voice is with me all the time. It helps me in the little things. Like I can be having a conversation with my wife, and I'll hear that voice say, don't say that thing you're about to say, man. You're about to get in trouble. So, and I've learned to use that voice, and it's saved me a lot of headache and pain. Walter in Pennsylvania. Hey, Walt, how you doing? Hi, George. George, it's Palm Sunday, George. Once again, George, we preoccupy ourselves with the greatest story that was ever told, George. The story of Jesus Christ. We had to make a movie with that title. George, when we grew up, when I was 10 years old, George,
Bavarian Motor Works, BMW. It's like the opposite of Mercedes. Mercedes or BMW. Bavarian Motor Works.
My mother was here to tell you when we exited the theater in
Bavarian Motor Works.
1961, I was crying, George. At that time, I truly believed in Christ and the story, etc. And I was so moved, George, that I was crying. I cried for a few hours.
It's like BMW or Bavarian Motor Works. That's what BMW for what it's for.
Heartrending story, George. Emotional. From the standpoint of science and modernity, George, it is a story. The Bible is a great anthology, a great collection.
Just type BMW car, and it'll show you what it is.
It was written, the ancient Jews, obviously, George, were great storytellers, as were the
You live in Germany, you have to see like 50 of these things a day.
But from the standpoint of science, George, science can unite us, George. This puts you on religion now. To me, George, the great book of Revelation was published in 1859.
Because the works is like birth.
Darwin. And George, that was the great revelation that he evolved from lower forms of life. So that you are the veritable naked ape, George. So, as I say, the story of Christ is a great story. It's the ancient Jewish version of a Superman, a superhero. I do know something probably happened, and you can have evolution and religion at the same time. Would you agree with this? Oh, absolutely. The church doesn't teach against evolution, and again, the more we learn about the mysteries of the universe and about science, the more it reveals the way God did things, and that's always the way the ancient church fathers thought about it. I mean, science actually comes from the church. The early scientists were people of the church. They were people of the cloth, and we have schools thanks to church. We have education thanks to the church. So the church has done so much to alleviate suffering and eliminate ignorance in the world. And Walter, I love you, man. I hear you calling with anytime there's anytime Christianity is on topic, and you always call in. I always like you to connect with me on my website, richarddlewisauthor.com. Feel free to email me. Let's get some messages going back and forth. I'd like to talk to you some more and share with you, because these suggestions that you have really don't conflict with the faith. So I suspect there's other reasons that soured you, and it really probably has nothing to do with God, but maybe through experiences you've had, some disappointments, maybe some people let you down, and things like that. This is a common experience that you're explaining, but science and the faith, I find that they correlate really well. If you read my series, The Paranormal Christian, it completely ties together. I love science. I am a huge proponent of science and what science reveals, and as a lifelong member of the Air Force and Space Force, we're all about science and innovation and technology, and it all ties in. People will sometimes ask me, of course, during different episodes about faith, and you got to believe that something happened a long time ago. If you were a time traveler, Richard, I'd love to go back and see the moment that Jesus was doing his thing. When you? I would love to do that too. Just to say that we weren't there. What if we were there in a past life? Maybe we were there at the Sermon of the Mount. We might have been. Maybe we were one of those relatives that he spoke to. I mean, I certainly have felt this deep connection to Jesus. That's really hard to explain, and it's like goes beyond what I even know from this life. It's just this love, this compassion, and it's not a superhero story. I mean, Jesus was fully man and fully God. That's what the Bible teaches. He was able to do these great things because of his faith. He had to learn, just like you and I had to learn. He had to go to school. He had to suffer greatly on behalf of humanity. It's an amazing story. But yeah, everything. Well, science teaches us that there was a beginning. Well, it teaches a lot. Hold on, Rick, because we're going to come back in a moment and take final calls with you. Here's our next emerging artist, Michael Flo from Laurel, Maryland. The name of the song is Benny. Never miss a detail of a show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast to Coast email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Britain. In the Pink 5 24-hour newsroom. 2 men of a fatally shot in Hollywood. Police say it was a shots fired call at Sunset of La Brea. They found one person dead, another died in the hospital. 2 suspects fled on foot. Officers are investigating. It was a successful launch for SpaceX yesterday morning. The Falcon 9 rocket carried 10 advanced military satellites into orbit. It took off from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. The satellites will help the military identify and track missiles. Price of gas is on the rise again. AAA says in LA County they're paying $4.87. And former President Trump says he'll speak tomorrow following an expected court appearance in Manhattan. He says it will happen after he returns to Florida. Southbound weather from KFI, sunny, gusty winds, highs in the 50s and 60s. Right now it's 54 in the Aliso Viejo, Anaheim is 53, 48 for Thousand Oaks, and 52 in Glendale. You read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
The 10 freeway traffic tied up in Mid-City area. The 2 cars flash Santa Monica Freeway eastbound past Rothschild Boulevard. The 2 left lanes are out. Let's go to the 91 freeway in Artesia, 91 north side of Pioneer Boulevard. There's a crash onto the offset. And look at Malibu Canyon Road into Malibu. Vehicle that goes to turns on Malibu Canyon northbound, north of the Highway 1, north of Pacific Coast Highway. Can't find the sky helps get to there faster. I know, cool. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. Are you feeling the stress of a car accident? Let the Jacoby Meyer take the wheel and steer you towards the compensation you deserve. 93% of crash victims who use the lawyers, then they do it again. And with Jacoby and Myers, you'll get the best of both worlds. Our legal expertise and a hassle-free experience. Don't just take our word for it. See for yourself what over 50 years of experience can do for you. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972. Hey, it's Team Shark with the unfiltered truth about water softener. They don't filter your water. There's a better solution. A Life Source whole house water system. Life Source gives you filtered, delicious drinking water from every tap. No filters to change, no salt, no servicing. And now, on a Blue credit, own a Life Source system for $75 a month with their easy payment plan. 800-803-3696-640. More stimulating talk. AM on AM 640. AM on live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. AM on AM 640. AM on AM 640. More stimulating talk. There's our next emerging artist, Stone Hart from Roseburg, Oregon. The name of the song, Household. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east to the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west to the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. When we return, we'll take final calls with Richard Lewis as we talk about his work.
I think the writers feel proud enough that especially they would treat that he's like a tool, like a person, even if it's pre-populated content, whatever person put in the prompt would get the credit for it.
This is awesome, and if you're looking for podcasts that are paranormal, supernatural, and unexplained, this is the right place. Very simple, George. If you're using your phone, just download the iHeartRadio app. If you're using your PC, just go to iHeartRadio.com, and in either of those, in the search, all it shows will pop right up for you right there, please. I love it. And have you signed up yet to become a
first thing in the morning, and sometimes even when I'm at work. Hey, it's Mike from North Carolina, and I'm a coach insider, and if you like me, you get a little side sheet telling the last show into tonight, if that's okay, because I can listen to the show anytime, anywhere, right on my phone. I'm John from the Denver Beach, Oregon. I'm an insider living in a rural area that gives me access to listen to any show.
And if you want to sign up, of course, you can do it one of two ways. Our website, coasttocoastam.com, right at the top of the homepage, it says Coast Insider. The other way is to download our app, Coast to Coast AM app. It's free, and you can sign up that way by clicking profiles and subscriptions. And if you now live in Canada and worldwide, you can become a Coast Insider as well. Now, here's something for you to kind of get yourself some rest. HealthyLooking.com has a combination of products to help with everyday stress, fatigue, and moodiness, while increasing energy and stamina, plus helps you fall asleep easier and more soundly while losing weight. It elevates in the morning for energy and focus, then accelerates weight management and sleep combo before bed for a great full night's sleep.
I've maybe gotten 4 to 5 hours of sleep max a night. I'm sleeping between 6 and 7. I wake up, use the bathroom, but I go right back to sleep, which has never happened before, which is pretty awesome. I noticed a higher level of happiness. I also noticed that I wasn't taking naps. I had more energy. I was more in the moment with my kids. Like, we were laughing more. We were more excited. Every single person needs to feel this. I lost 10 pounds and 5.5 inches off my waist, and I'm so proud of myself. And it gives you energy. It helps you sleep better. This is work. I stand by it 100%. I was on a handful of medications to help me sleep, to help me be happy, comfortable. When I'm ready to go to sleep, I'm getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night. Lost some pounds instead of me. My family has me doing that.
With George's Power Pack, accelerate and elevate, including free gifts each web for daytime weight maintenance. Plus, free shipping with promo code JORM. Accelerate, elevate, free gifts each web, and now free shipping for one exclusive special price with George's Power Pack. Order now at HealthyLooking.com or toll free 800-394-9930. That's 800-394-9930. Jump on board now for better focus, less stress, a great full night's sleep, and weight loss with George's Power Pack exclusively at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money? Get that right. Get a discount on your retirement. Create a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Brett, the best-selling author and starring in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economist and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. You get you more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are off track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800. And welcome Welcome back to Coast to Coast. Richard Lewis with us, Paranormal Christian, a series of 2 books. And they're different and related, aren't they, Richard? Well, they are, George. So the first book, I kind of start out with the foundations of the faith and the paranormal and how it all began. And I speak about the angels, the hierarchy of angels, demons, and then we get into the more esoteric subjects as we move into book 2. Then we start talking about after-death communications, near-death experiences, ghosts, aliens, UFOs. I spend about 20% of book 2 talking about UFOs, so that's something to take note of for people that are into that conversation. But both books are very well researched. There's over 700 references in book 1, along with hundreds of Bible references, and in book 2, same thing, nearly that many references, and they're both well over 400 pages, very meaty books. Plenty to teach your teeth into, plenty to think about. There's a Pentagon report that came out a few months ago that said that it's possible that there's a mothership going around the planet sending little probes down our way. What do you find out about that and what it means? I mean, there's been talk of the secret space program for a long time, and I speaking for myself, not for as a Space Force employee, but you're my own opinions and not those of the DoD or Air Force or Space Force, but it is out there. People wonder about these things, but then are they extraterrestrial or are they simply our own stuff that we don't know about? Then the risk of skunk works, where it's with Area 51, where all our high-tech, machinery came from, the F-117, the B-2 bomber, all these great things that are not now old technology, but we're responsible for a lot of UFO sightings in the past. He said that there were things 50 years ahead of anything that we know about. And there's a 50 to 80, billion dollar black budget that we don't know about, and so who knows what we're building out there. Mary in New Jersey, take it away, Mary.
Oh, hello, everybody. Listen, I have a question on this. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember. But in the book of Revelation, the 4 living creatures found the Son of God, and they will have a wheel near him. And then you get to Ezekiel, it's the same way, the 4 living creatures found about the sun, each have a wheel. They also mentioned elsewhere in the Bible, I can't remember.
Well, there's several points in the Bible that it talks about the chariots of Israel, and they seem to be some sort of flying propagation craft. But those are pretty much the wheels. And as we talked about earlier, this idea of spiritual beings, going forth and coming to aboard some type of a craft isn't necessarily in conflict with the fact that they could simply be spiritual. Cornelius is with us in Louisiana. Hello there, Cornelius. How was your weekend?
George, it was the best weekend of all. Those LSU Bengal Tigers won the championship against the Iowa Hawkeyes, so I'm so happy we have a national championship.
That's great.
Anyway, Richard, my dad was in the Air Force also. He was ready to return to be part of his North Koreans and Communist Chinese. I don't know if you ever heard me on the God Guns and Gold, man, the Bible Bullets and Beans, man, here down in the Bayou and Bengal and the Good Old Boy Network. And Walt, just don't take the mark of the beast. You lose your salvation if you take that mark of the beast. Now, I've been telling George and Tommy and all the listeners and callers, Richard, that we're in the end times, there's no rapture, nothing like that, that we're to occupy till Christ comes back. Now, Dr. David Jacobs said, too, also if you use the name of Jesus Christ, that these aliens and stuff like that will disappear. But you have to believe in Jesus Christ. And that is my Lord and Savior. Today is the 3rd day of the month. It's Monday. So I use Proverbs as, you can use that for every day of the month. It says 31 days of 28 and 29. I use the Lord's Prayer and the prayer of protection, which is Psalm 91. So my question for you, Mr. Richard, do you believe that we're in the beast to be put out within the next 5 to 10 years?
Cornelius, I'm glad you brought that up because you've been talking about book 1 and 2, George, but I'm also working on book 3, and I want to, in book 3, devote more time to eschatology, which is the study of end times and the last days, because among so many of our Christian community, this is really your question, Cornelius. Yes, we are in the last days. I mean, but here's the thing. We've been in the last days for a long time because the day of Pentecost in the book of Acts, Peter stood up and said, indeed, the last days. So we have already been in the last days. And people are looking for Jesus to return on the clouds, but he also told, his persecutors, he said, from now on, you will continue coming on the clouds. So we've been in the last days for a long time. Now, as far as the mark of the beast goes, the reason why you see they talk about it being on the hand is not something that will be taken against your will, and I don't think there's any reason to be afraid of that. But there are concerns about the Antichrist, all these kind of things. Because any Antichrist, the ancient church teaching figured out through the numbers that we were talking with 666. Some have already happened. The 80, 70, the fall of the temple that Jesus prophesied, which already happened. There's so many things in the book of Daniel have already happened. And there will be an end, and like what Andy said, we're kind of holding on until that happens. But no one really knows. I mean, that's the key to understanding if you just take it day by day.
I absolutely did, but that's because Trish and I have been whole life till we die, going back like a month now when I saw that the first time. So you have to understand, Trish on her biography, on her Twitter profile, has whole life till I die, which she's saying basically ho could mean gardening hoe, and also, for someone as I, or maybe Eli the Great, means that we like having sex. So whole life till I die basically can mean either of those. So Eli the Great wanted you to ask ChatGPT what specifically does whole life till I die mean, and essentially.
And then Ecclesiastes 9:5 says, the living know that they will die. But chapter 3 was 19 through 20. And they all have but one spirit. So man has no superiority over animals. For everything is futile. All are going to the same place. They all come from the dust. And they all are returning to the dust. With that in mind, I was just wondering what you thought of those three scriptures and how it portrays that the soul dies and is conscious of nothing at all. Right. Well, I don't think that's what's actually being taught there, because if you look at the Hebrew word ruach, which is the word for spirit, and it's used sometimes for God's spirit, it can also be used for human spirit and also for animal spirit. So we all have the ruach, we all have that animating spirit, which progresses on after we die. So, but that doesn't mean that the spirit itself dies. The soul, we talked about that earlier, soul, spirit, and body. The soul, the spirit progresses on. That which animates in this particular life with this body does go into the ground. And but as far as the dead know nothing, the Bible teaches that God is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He's the God of the living, not the God of the dead. All scripture is inspired by God, and so you have to be able to correlate this together and harmonize it, because you can't, make a faith system based on just picking and choosing scriptures, and that's how we get, dangerous sects and extremism and stuff like that through those kind of viewpoints. Like anything that doesn't resonate with love and hope and faith is something to call into suspect. So. Yeah, I don't believe that the Bible teaches it quite that way. And if you look at, the cases where you see Samuel and Saul, and how Samuel was raised to speak to Saul from the dead, and he was talking, and he said, why did you disturb me, Saul? And that was a case of mediumship in the Bible, which it wasn't allowed, but it happened. God did allow it. And you look at the Transfiguration, where you had Moses and Elijah both come and speak to Jesus. So these are not dead people. I mean, they are dead, but it's more of like a separation. It's like when somebody moves out of a state and goes to another state, they call you on the phone. They're not dead. You don't see them. There's invisible electrons that are making their voice communicate with you, but they're. Next up, we've got Jim in Delaware. Take it away, Jim. Welcome to the program. Hey, viewers, a good way to start off Holy Week. That's God is just spoke before me. That's the Jehovah's Witness police. My sisters want. Anyway, the thing is, reincarnate life after life to get better and more pious and closer to God. Why in the hell did you every generation this world gets worse and worse? Why is that, Richard? Well, Jim, I can see why you say that, and every generation makes that observation, but I don't really think things are getting worse. I actually think things are getting better, and if you believe in reincarnation, which many of us do, I do, but you come into this life with a certain amnesia. Now, there's great stories of children with past-life memories, but those will fade pretty quickly, and it's because they interfere with your present life. If you know too much about your past life, it will be distracting. Those lessons are for then, and now this is for now, and then the spirit it receives them, but then in the consciousness we don't have it here. Well, but yeah, I think honestly the world is getting better. I mean, life is we're doing a lot of things to alleviate suffering. More people are being fed. Diseases are being cured. I think actually life is getting better. I have kind of a positive outlook on that. Are you going to write a Paranormal Christian #3? Yes, sir. We're already working on the Paranormal Christian book 3, and I definitely want to spend a lot of time talking about this matter of eschatology and things and the last days, that kind of thing, because that's what so many Christians are interested in, and I haven't talked a lot about that in my other books, and I think there's a lot of misunderstandings that I can help people with and help them feel a lot better about what's happening and what is to come. First time caller Ann in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Let's get you in here, Ann. Go ahead.
Good evening. I love your guest in referring to Jesus. I love the fact that he stated to put a Bible on your chest. And for all those people who are hurting, who are nervous, who are worried, who can't fall asleep, they're staying up. It is called Jesus out to help you, but you must be specific in asking to give you peace or to give you calm or to get rid of that specific immensely by need worry that you have, and within a few minutes you will receive that calm and peace. But I just wish to state that some years ago I was reading the Bible of Ecclesiastes, where it says that vanity, vanity, all is vanity. There's nothing new under the sun. So I asked in my mind, what about my soul? Is my soul new? There's nothing new, or is it old? It said, read that again. Vanity, vanity, all is vanity. There's nothing new under the sun. So it's more or less telling me that my soul is not new. There is nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, and I think that's a very interesting observation. In fact, it's one I haven't heard before, but it's kind of a proof text for reincarnation too. And King Solomon, when he wrote that, he was kind of kind of a cynical mindset with the things that he suffered in life and all. But we can definitely glean some life lessons there. And we do repeat things, and so many of our challenges are things that humans have always faced since the days we emerged on this planet.
Richard, as we wrap things up, where do people get your book again?
You can get my books at my website, which is richarddlewisauthor.com. Again, that's richarddlewisauthor.com. And of course, they're also available on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, any place that you can buy books, you'll find my book series there.
Thank you, Richard, for being on the program. Keep in touch when #3 comes up, okay?
Oh, yes, sir, will do.
Up next, we're going to talk about heal your ancestral roots, releasing the family patterns that simply hold you back. So make sure you're part of the program. And here's our final emerging artist for the month. The group is called the Ground Zero Boys from Clinton, Connecticut. Reincarnation Request, the name of the song.
To access the audio archives of Coast to Coast AM, log on to coasttocoastam.com. Come back again. My partner, you're where the heart is hard to crack.
I tried out a lot of language learning apps lately, and ROTHSCHILD sound is hands down my favorite. I love that it teaches you phrases and singers in real-life conversations, and they have the best speech recognition tool. It tells you how accurate your pronunciation is, so you can really nail your accent in almost any language you want, like Spanish, Italian, Chinese, and Korean. Or get access to all 25 languages for life with ROTHSCHILD's lifetime unlimited subscription. Check it out at ROTHSCHILD.com.
It happens. Famed legal professor Alan Dershowitz tells Newsmax that America is now a banana republic. An American president has been indicted. It's never happened before. Now Newsmax Rob Schmidt is exposing the political attack on Donald Trump and America's law. Tonight, Rob Schmidt looks at secret players, including billionaire George Soros, who has been targeting Trump. He's ignoring this scandal. Watch Rob Schmidt tonight at 4 p.m. Pacific. It's the hottest show on cable. Find Newsmax on major cable systems. It's even back on DirecTV and Uber. Plus, get Newsmax on Roku, Samsung, Vizio, Pluto, Xumo, and more. Download the Newsmax app for free on your iPhone or Android and start watching anytime, anywhere. When people watch Newsmax, you should too. Tell your friends and family to tune in today and watch Rob Schmidt tonight.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule to travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right? Yeah, when you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, you think we've got all the answers? Well, we've got news for you, Pete. So here's we've got news right now. You know what
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. More layoffs. I'm Bree Tennant in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Richard Branson's Virgin Orbit is cutting almost its entire workforce in Long Beach. The satellite company shared 75 jobs in SoCal. That's about 85% of its workforce. Cuts will start today. Police now know the identity of the man arrested in connection to the shooting in the Westfield shopping mall. Left one person dead. A witness describes the chaos.
We saw someone laying on the floor and wasn't moving, and we heard two people screaming. And just cops rushed on the scene, fire trucks everywhere, people dying all around them, and we all trying to figure out what happened.
It happened Saturday. An argument broke out between two people in the Fallbrook shopping center parking lot. One pulled out a handgun and fired shots. 3 people hurt in the incident. Another one pronounced dead at the scene. Authorities say it started as a drug deal. LA County jails are facing overcrowding. That means some inmates might be released early. They say domestic violence crimes should be first considered for release, followed by burglars and robbers. The proposal is on the agenda for the LA County Supervisors meeting tomorrow. Police have seized 15,000 fentanyl pills during a traffic stop in San Bernardino. The estimated street value is $220,000. Police say suspects have been arrested. Southbound lane to the 5 freeway expected to reopen through the grapevine in an hour. Caltrans is installing steel beams in the bedrock to prevent further land movement. Former Arkansas Republican Governor Asa Hutchinson has announced his bid for the White House. He will now run against former President Donald Trump, who remains the frontrunner despite his criminal indictment. Southbound weather from 305. Mostly sunny, very dusty wind, highs in the 50s to low 60s. Right now it's 53 in Laguna Beach. Cypress at 54. 52 for Redondo Beach and 49 in Newhall. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
The Harbor Freeway has taken a hit in South Los Angeles. A solo crash, 110 north on the Cross Avenue, car went to the guardrail and is now dropped into the right lane. We're still getting squeezed heading into downtown LA on the 101 freeway. That's due to a 3-car pileup. 101 southbound before the 110 is Queens, which is now blocking to a slow lane. And don't forget it, see if I can tell you help get there faster. I'm now cool. You can choose your air purifier like your life depends on it because, well, it's your life. The recent Ohio chemical disaster showed us toxic air threatens our health. The ViralRabbi is the next generation in home air purification. It's specific specifically designed to wipe out airborne viruses, germs, and chemicals known to cause allergies, illness, and difficulty breathing. Even toxic fumes from a recent train derailment were no match for EnviroCleanse. A single EnviroCleanse unit removed 99% of the dangerous compounds that were found at the homes near the chemical disaster. If it can clean the air after a toxic spill, imagine how it can help keep your family healthy. Only EnviroCleanse comes with a free air quality monitor. Visit ekpure.com and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. Plus, you get the free air quality monitor and fast free shipping. That's $150 savings. Visit ekpure.com, promo code Conway. ekpure.com, promo code Conway. Hello, Milando. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And now the top 5 reasons for this Milando. Number 5.
I feel beer makes you want to share. National Beer Day is the best.
Number 4.
It's not crazy. Beer free and candy chocolate brands, April 9th.
3.
The legendary Golden Mystery live this Friday. Get tickets now.
And the number 2.
Surprise Great People Band. Different great sunglasses and a chance to upgrade your brand. Then you'll earn 500 points on the rewards card for 10 to 11.
And the number 1 reason.
Yellow Teacher Brunch. Join us at the top of the resort for a done review and a delicious buffet at a special price.
Milando Casino Resort and Spa. Toronto. Good time. For everybody.
This is Jacob Emron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-2000.
Angry today? I'm perpetually in an agitated. I'm not supposed to be on this planet. It's a terrible mistake. But if I adult, I did do it. I know I'm the victim of some massive practical joke, and I'm just waiting for the payoff. So again, the waiting for me to blow. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Even if they grew up in the town, they have to make themselves a part of your community by managing where they live. That's it. Otherwise, all these people have to make their decisions in life and go get jobs, take a shower, and go get the treatment. Once you turn 18, it is your responsibility to make it in the world. So again, you have to. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. A comprehensive bill with any kind of gun restriction is not going to stop every shooter. A speed limit is not going to stop everybody from speeding. You can say that in the law, but it's not going to stop the bad people. We have another mass shooting. We are all devastated until the next one. Still handle, and then the same argument starts all over again. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. I may not always love you, but long as there are stars above you, you never be without it. I'll make you so good without you. Gotta be just what I do. If you could ever leave me, well, I could go on with you. The world just do nothing. What good would you do? Gotta be just what I presents Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Many people find themselves feeling stuck, unable to reach their goals in life. Well, we're going to try to help you in a moment as we talk about heal your ancestral roots, release the family patterns that hold you back.
This banking crisis really has depositors and investors in a frenzy. If you have not done so already, now might be a great time to diversify because as the financial markets have become more volatile, as banks have shed over 20% of their value overnight, gold has appreciated. That's Bullion Max will cover the shipping on any order over $199 when you go to bullionmax.com/pro. No one knows when this current crisis will end or the long-term impact. You can have some peace of mind by diversifying some of your savings. Whether you're looking for a silver starter kit, like so many Coast to Coast listeners have already purchased, or maybe you want a couple ounces of gold to safely store in your safe. Find it at bullionmax.com/coast, where you can start protecting your savings today. Why do you wait for your tax refund? Switch to Consumer Cellular to see your savings add up. Switch today and save up to $250 a year. Their award-winning 100% US-based customer support team is swift and easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number. There's no contract or activation fee. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about drop calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by the 100% risk-free guarantee. Join millions of others who switch. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. We're going to try to help you today. Members of your family as well. Here's our guest, Anuradha Dayal Gulati. Her book is called Heal Your Ancestral Roots.
Having me on your show.
You have the longest name I've ever tried to pronounce, by the way.
Yes. It's both my last name, my husband's last name, and the longest first name as well.
You started off in economics. You have a PhD in economics. How did you get involved in transformational?
Well, it was a linear path, and I think at some level it was meant to happen. Because when it did, it happened in a very, very traumatic way. I had a health problem, and I had to go into the ER. And, I came out thinking, this is it, get back to my life as usual. And then one night, out of nowhere, I had to go back into the ER. And I remember feeling really scared at that time.
Did you think this was it?
I thought, I don't know what's happening, but I didn't have this feeling like that feeling of despair. But when I had to go in the third time, that's when I started to feel like the sense of despair creeping over me. And, am I going to come out? Am I going to be okay? And I could tell from the doctors around me that they didn't really know what was going on. But I had a very dear friend, and she was into alternative methods of healing. And she came to see me in the hospital, and she held my hand, and she looked at me, and she said, Anu, how many times are you going to go through this? What is it going to take you to change? And her words still ring in my ears today. And I would literally will myself out of the hospital, and that's when I started to explore alternative methods of healing.
Was you convinced you were doing this to yourself?
She had this amazing Chinese medicine doctor that she knew. And she's been talking about him for a long time. And when I started to get sick, when I went to the ER the first time, when I went in the second time, she was like, you need to go see him. And I was like, this is just too far out. But of course, things make you change. You get hit on the head, and like, what do I need to do differently? And so I found this amazing Chinese medicine doctor, and I also discovered flower essences. And those two things together changed the trajectory of my life. And I think more important than that, George, that whole incident of when I looked at, it showed me how important hope is in our lives. And that's what led me to do the work I do today. Because I really want people to recognize that no matter what's going on, they are never powerless.
Now, the title of your book, Andre, is Release the Family Patterns That Hold You Back. What does that mean?
It's the idea that, how you might really sometimes want something in your life, like a relationship, or personal success, professional success, a career goal, and you feel like you're doing your best, you're working your hardest at it, but something just feels stuck. It's as if what you want feels elusive despite your best efforts. And so what I want to share with people is that what you're feeling, the problem you're dealing with, may not have originated with you. And these are the ancestral energies that are making their presence felt, and they show up in these patterns of feeling stuck in certain areas of your life. And that's why I wrote the book, because I wanted people to have this roadmap of guide in how they can identify and release these patterns.
Was it an easy transition for you, Anna, to go from economics to where we are today?
I think there's two parts to it. The first part was, being an economist, you're trained to look at a problem, you're trained to search for a solution, you're looking at patterns. And so when I was starting to listen to clients and I was listening to them, listening, in between the lines for what they're feeling, where are these patterns showing up, what are the emotional patterns, or where have these patterns existed before. Being an economist sort of laid the groundwork. It's perhaps laid the seed of what I was going to do later, because I started to look for getting to the roots of the problem that people were facing. But the other challenge was the work I was doing was so far out. So for a long time, I just did it from people. I did it from the academic world, my academic colleagues, people who knew me. It's like I don't want anyone to find me and know what I'm doing. So it took a long time to integrate these different parts of my life.
Do you think they would have freaked out if they knew what you were up to?
Yes, for sure. And as the book comes out, there are people who are really getting to see what I've been doing all these years, so that you know.
Well, explain exactly what is an energy practitioner and transformational coach.
So I think that the kind of energy practice that I do is, at some level, everything is energy, which is essentially a kind of frequency. And in the work I'm doing, I'm looking at emotions as an energetic frequency. And in terms of family, what is it an energy of? It is the energy of unresolved emotions, things that are unresolved. And yet at the same time, it is a field of ancestors, not just your parents, grandparents, but in many traditions it's considered that this energy field goes back up to 7 generations before you, and this affects you. So that's the kind of energy we're talking about. The energy of emotions, the energy of unresolved feelings, of unresolved wanting to make amends for what might have happened.
How do you tap into this to help heal people?
So, the longest healing journey, George, is really from the head to the heart. Because at the intellectual level, you can understand a lot of things. You can recognize maybe, say for instance, you get angry thoughts, or you tend to has some other issues. But then to go intellectually to shifting the emotions that are causing that behavior, or causing that response pattern, whether it's stress eating, whatever it could be, that is a really long journey, and we often don't have the tools for it. There's a lot of emphasis on meditation, mindfulness, but even then, what can we do that really supports us? And that's where I feel like I use flower essences as a healing modality, and I find those really allow for change to happen in a very gentle, gradual way, but they actually create change.
Are you at liberty, Anu, to tell us what was wrong with you when you went in the hospital 2 times?
Well, I had a miscarriage, and when I had to go in a second time, my gynecologist said, something had been left inside, but in 25 years of practicing, he had said it had never happened before. And when I went in the third time, they really didn't know why I was in there. They couldn't tell me what was wrong, because I was bleeding heavily, but they didn't know what was wrong.
Now, with this transformational ability, how did you stop all that?
Well, at that time, I went to the Chinese medicine doctor, and he's the one who, assured me that I was going to get okay. And he started me on an early regimen, and that's when I started to feel that I was in a really fragile phase, from grief, from loss, from fear. So there was a lot of emotion.
Was it the herbs that healed you, or was it your mental ability?
It started with the herbs, and I started to get better. And there was also a little store. I used to drive past it on the way to and from work. And I had moved from Washington, D.C. to Chicago to be with my husband to follow his career. So I had given up my own job. I had given up work that I really loved doing. So I lost my support network, my friends, and I'd moved. And I was feeling all of these feelings of resentment, of bitterness. I was really busy, because, as a mother, as a spouse, as volunteering in the school, I was doing all of those things. But I was, at some level, just really angry and unhappy. And when I walked into the store, they had these little bottles at the back of the wall. And I remember asking the woman who worked there, what are these? And he asked me how I was feeling. And it was a really long time since someone had asked me or really wanted to know anything about how I was feeling. And she explained what these essences were, and when I started to take them, I started to feel the shift. I started to feel the feelings of anger, of resentment, started to shift. My spirit lifted. I could feel like I could engage now with my life. And that's what really got me hooked on the flower essences, because I discovered how powerful they were.
How many people do you think are walking around out there right now with a chip on their shoulder? They're not happy.
I think a lot of us are not happy. In fact, actually, there were, researchers at the University of Glasgow in Scotland, and they said there are 4 primary emotions: fear, anger, sadness, and joy. And I think a lot of times we want joy, but we're really circling in the first 3.
By not having joy, do you get sick?
I think so. This is what I believe. And it's not just joy. It's having peace, contentment, acceptance, harmony, forgiveness, gratitude. It's a whole range of emotions. It's expanding our emotional spectrum from, a really narrow range to much bigger range.
Do negative people bother you?
I don't like to be around them.
You know,
I've just
I
watched that
couldn't
happen, like,
be
willed
around
in my
negative
mind.
people before. It really bothered me. But not now. Because I see the negativity coming out of something that needs to be seen, needs to be expressed. So it doesn't bother me anymore.
But I bet you would rather not be around them than be.
Yes, I would rather not be around them. But earlier when my energy used to drop, now I can maintain and protect my energy. And I think that's been a big shift.
Give us an example of how you've been able to help people feel. You feel is not just physical, it's also mental, isn't it?
In fact, actually, because I trained in the U.S., the flower essences, we don't actually say that they work at a physical level, but we can say that they work at an emotional level.
Mm-hmm.
And to explain actually how this works in conjunction with ancestral healing, maybe I can just share a story about a client.
Sure. No names necessary.
No.
Unless you look at star and you want to know who it was.
Yeah, I know. So I had this woman, this really lovely woman, and she called me from Canada because she'd heard about my work and what I was doing. And she called me because her son had told her and said that he was going to quit his job. And she was really upset because she recognized that this was an ancestral pattern. She was the primary breadwinner in her family. Her two daughters were the primary breadwinners in their family. And as we talked, we realized that this pattern extended back to her mother and her grandmother, maternal grandmother. Now, there's nothing wrong with a woman being a primary breadwinner, but it was that the men were not really carrying the weight in the relationship. That was the issue. And as we talked, she discovered she was carrying these feelings towards, her father, her grandfather, her son-in-law, like this anger, this resentment, and also feeling of shame. So what we started to do is to shift those emotions, work with releasing them, and also working with her ancestral energy field by honoring her ancestors. And also stopping trying to fix her son, trying to let it go. And as she started doing the practice, as she started taking the exercises, she started to shift. And as she started to do this, she became much more peaceful. And then one day her son called her and he said, "Mom, I just want to let you know I've gone back to work and I don't know what I was thinking. I never want to do this again." As she was strong, and don't get me wrong, I was strong. But when I heard the words, "I don't know what came over me. I never want to do this again," that to me was a sign that the family energy had shifted. The pattern had shifted. And that's how powerful I see this work can be. That people can feel their family patterns. It's been going on for decades, generations.
When did it shift? Was it shift in a big way?
So in the case of this young man, it shifted. He went back to work. But, at some level, all these shifts, they don't make a big sound. You have to notice them. It's very quiet.
Gradual sometimes.
It takes time to shift. Depending on the extent to which, we underestimate the power we have. She didn't do anything. She didn't ask anyone else to change. She changed. And then the world around her changed.
How many people are practicing?
What do you mean by how many people are practicing?
In terms of extent. Are there many doctors like yourself or professionals like yourself?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I think a long time ago when I self-certified, I was told that there were about 400. in the world. But I think since then it's much more. It must be much, much more now.
And what do you mean by discovering transgenerational deaths that might get in our way? What are they?
I think when you start to notice what is going on in your life, and you look and see whether this is a pattern in your life, and then start to explore like, who is this happening to before me? You can start to see if this happened to a family member before you. This may not necessarily be right in the generation about you, but it could be, it could have skipped a generation.
We're going to come back in a moment and talk more with you, Anu. Your website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. The official website of Coast to Coast AM is coasttocoastam.com. Log on now.
I'm Britain. When it was 5:24 newsroom. 2 men of the fatally shot in Hollywood. Police say the shots fired Paul at Sunset of La Brea. Found one person dead, another died in the hospital. 2 suspects fled on foot. Officers are investigating. It was a successful launch for SpaceX yesterday morning. The Falcon 9 rocket carried 10 advanced military satellites into orbit. The Boston Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. Satellites will help the military identify and track missiles. Price of gas is on the rise again. AAA says in LA County to pay $4.87. And former President Trump says he'll speak tomorrow following an expected court appearance in Manhattan. He says it will happen after he returns to Florida. South by weather detail by sunshine, gusty wind, highs from 50 to 60. Right now it's 54 in Brea, 55 for Stanton. Keno reports 51 and it's 47 in Calabasas. We read locals from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
The Honda Freeway still ends from the South Los Angeles. There's a two-car crash. 110 north on Crossan Avenue for right-lane spot. Also, there's a pole down in the road and a bunch of guardrails in the road. A reminder that the captain checked on the stretch of the road with San Anthony was coming out of Glen Park. Always dropped off on 5 northbound with Knock Avenue and Wanda Boulevard until 5 a.m. In the Grapevine, 5 southbound quarters between Highway 138 and the Good State Lake Day. If I can try to help get you there faster, I'm now cool.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join host Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, remember where the rules to travel is to let the steel drive the destination. Probably it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right. And when you take a tactic, it allows you to travel and work because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
April is California Community Colleges Month, and it's time to get ready to enroll in summer or fall classes. With 116 colleges and more than 200 career education programs, you can gain skills for a new career, work towards your associate's degree or certificate, or start at your local college and transfer to a guaranteed safe spot at a four-year university. Plus, financial aid is available year-round to help with your tuition, books, supplies, and sometimes even a ring. Or if you want, to have it all in stock, ready to deliver, you can the industrial supply specialist, the company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouse. The customer service reps on the line gives you what you need, when you need it, 24/7, 365, every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit Uline.com. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialist. A light storage system gets you so certain delicious water straight from every tap. It filters out chlorine and other contaminants, retaining healthy minerals. A light storage system is nutrient-free, no filters to change, no salt, no servicing. They install it, you forget it. Own a light source water system for only $75 per month on approval of credit. This ends April 30th. Call 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696. Visit whitesourcewater.com. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. Forget about civil rights. Forget about they think people should have the same rights as the rest of it. How about you? What, the couple next door to you is saying, that's horrible. They're great workers. Bill handle. No, I was intimidated because they would always look better than me. Of course. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. There were bells on a hill, but I never heard them ring. No, I never heard them at all. Till there was you. There were birds in the sky, but I never saw them wing. No, I never saw them at all. Till there was you. And there was music and wonderful roses. Say, tell me, it's sweet, fragrant meadows of dawn. And there was love all around, but I never heard it sing. No, I never heard it at all. Till there was you. Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. We'll take your calls next hour with Arno as we talk about healing your ancestral roots, making yourself better. Share some stories with us. Ask a question or two as well. TRUMAN keeps cruising along. 160 people shy of 158,000 signed up members. And a little reminder, like-minded folks 60 plus are waiting for you right now at ParanormalBase.com/team. Now these folks that think like you do, they relate to you, and you have a lot of fun. So ParanormalBase.com and ParanormalBase.com/team. At ParanormalBase.com, you reach the most fantastic people. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. I'm going to be here.
Yeah, I'm curious going with
How so?
well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and the paranormal, that kind of stuff. But you seem to find anyone who's good.
Oh, well, no, Tom. I know them.
Okay, that's not your cup of tea. Are you sure?
Very good luck with that.
I can't believe I'm in a house and I can't find a website for my unique thinking. What is going to do? Have you thought about ParanormalBase.com? No, what? What? Who are you? I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's ParanormalBase.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember? I'll give it a try. Well, let's try this again. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Deb. Your profile on ParanormalBase.com looks very interesting. So you really saw a UFO?
Well, yeah, it was so intense, but not as intense as me and you.
You're an alien tasting flirt, but I kind of like it.
Wow, this ParanormalBase.com thing really works. Maybe ParanormalBase.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear on Dorothy's Show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code George for a great discount. ParanormalBase.com. You are not alone. Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggett's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels with the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. Maxwell to the strategy and losing some hair, my bet, because always must be allergic to None of that. That keeps the dream. None of that. That keeps the way. Then somebody says, he took TRUMAN, and the dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out. The dynamite is part of Maxwell's diet. And the dog will be while you wait for your tax refund, switch to Consumer Cellular to see your savings add up. Switch today and save up to $250 a year. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fee. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about drop calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by a 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who switch. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25. And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with ROTHSCHILD. Dayal Gulati is we are talking about her latest book, Feel Your Ancestral Roots. Have you ever come into a case where you didn't think you were going to be able to help them, Anu, and you did?
George, I think that's always every case. You know why? Because every time I think I'm going to help someone, again, I can feel overwhelmed. So I always leave it to their ancestors to be doing the healing work and to the flower essences doing the healing work. So I don't feel, so I just let it unfold. Because what the universe can do for them is way more than what I can do for them. And that's how I find that healing happens in the most amazing ways, in ways that I don't know. Because what I'm offering to them is the power of change that comes from sitting in their internal guidance system, tapping into their own inner wisdom and tapping into the reconnecting with themselves. And that's what guides them. So I just, offer and they start to see the journey.
When we take calls with you next hour, I'm sure we'll get all kinds of stories, and you can give some people as much advice as you think you can, okay?
Okay.
Do you take clients?
I do.
How does that work?
Well, when I take a client in, I'm really just listening to them. I'm just listening to what brought them there, to me, what are they looking for, and what's going on in their life. And oftentimes, what I notice is it's a relationship. It might be a problem with a boss, with a colleague, with wanting to be in a relationship, leave a relationship, or deepen a relationship. It could be something with their kids, with their spouses, parents, children, siblings. I mean, there's lots of things. But in the end, even if it's something else, it always comes down to the relationship. And research shows that, that's really what gives us meaning and fulfillment in life. When our relationships are working, we're much happier.
What about relationships with yourself? Trying to make yourself better within yourself.
It's so wonderful that you said that, because all of the dysfunctionality in our other relationships comes because we're disconnected from ourselves. At some point in time, when we are children, we're given messages like, you're too emotional, you're too sensitive, get over it. We're constantly given the message that our emotions don't matter. And so, instead of honoring our emotions, we look for signals from outside about how we should be feeling. And that's where our disconnection starts. And so a lot of my work, when you said how what do I do? My entire work is focused on helping people restore that connection to themselves. Because when that happens, everything else starts to shift.
One of your websites is the floweressencehealing.com, which we have linked up at coast-to-coast.com. What are flower essences?
So, flower essences you can think of as medicine from Mother Nature. And also, George, my website is now HealingOurAncestral.com. Even if you put in flower essence healing, it goes to Healing Our Ancestral Roots. But we can think of flower essences as medicine from Mother Nature. And the earth is really our true mother, mother of all mothers, mother of all fathers. And flower essences actually come from noticing the energy of dew. For thousands of years, dew was considered sacred. The Celtic, Druids, ancient Egyptians, ancient India, all used the healing power of dew. But, it's challenging to connect enough dew. And in the 1930s, a British surgeon, Dr. Bach, he found a way to recreate the healing energy property of dew and also to stabilize it so it could be used. So flower essences are really wildflower infusions of the energy properties preserved in water, in spring water with brandy. And that's really what it is. It's the energetic healing property of the flower. It recreates the property of dew.
What would you say is the biggest challenge in what you do?
I think often when people hear that I use flower essences, they're thinking aromatherapy. But aromatherapy is with essential oils, and that's a steam distillation process, where you need a lot of flowers maybe to get, like for instance, you need a lot of roses to get like a teaspoon of essential oil. Flower essences are just the hour, and they are taken internally. So you have to take 4 drops 4 times a day. Essential oils are topical. You don't take them internally. So in some ways they operate differently. And the flower essence is going to be really targeted, very nuanced. For instance, when I was telling you that, we have these primary emotions, the Dr. Box takes fear and broke it down into different kinds of fear. Fear you can name, fear you cannot name, fear for the people you've lost, paralyzing fear, so shiny. So he then created flower essences for the different kinds of fear. And so because it's so nuanced, I feel it's very effective. It's much more effective than essential oils.
What would you say the daily practices to get better and better? What would they be?
My daily practices, I honor my ancestors. That's my daily, one of my key daily practices. The second thing I do is I have an altar, and I stop at my altar every day. Because that's the place to express my gratitude.
Like a church altar?
It's just a little altar at home, and I think, coming from India, it is something that I saw growing up. Almost every home has an altar, but I never understood it. And what I've come to understand doing this work is that it also becomes a place where you can anchor the energy of your home. And so it becomes a place where you can stop, you can express your gratitude, you can express your frustration, you can ask for help, you can ask for guidance. Here's a you. And that allows you to, life is always challenging. It's not that the challenge ever goes away, but your capacity to deal with life's challenges increases. And that's what we really want. We want our capacity to increase.
How would you handle, Anu, that, let's say somebody has friends, they all die, and it's emotionally distressing to that person, obviously. How do they overcome that?
I would say it's like a veil. they cross over. And if you miss your friends, there are ways to honor them. And honoring them maybe is honoring their photograph, doing something in their memory. If someone is really dear to you, you could journal. So there's many
meal's
ways
a holiday,
to honor someone.
every day's a every
And you
holy shit
don't
is
allow
early here.
ourselves to
Wow, it is 4:49 in the morning. Every day's a holiday, every meal is a feast. I'm about to have a calzone. How you doing, baby?
And so making space for that, and making space for the act of remembrance and acknowledgement and honoring.
I'm surprised I even still got there. I've been going at it all night. We had the night show going, Manny. You know how it is. It's 5 in the morning.
I could breathe. And it's a tremendously soothing essence.
Does it work?
It does. It does. There's another one called Love Life Bleeding, because it comes from the flower, Love Life Bleeding. And that's another one, and you can see even from the name of it, that what is the energy of that flower.
What is the flowers of Venus like?
We don't have that one.
How important is it for people to believe in the ability to make this work?
That's the interesting thing. I don't think you have to believe. I mean, when I started doing this,
You have.
I believe. But, as an economist, any of my colleagues didn't believe in it. My husband was a skeptic. But the amazing thing about these is that they work whether you believe in them or not. And what you find is your reaction to events, to people, that starts to shift. And you go, oh, if you start to notice, that's different, that's changed. And you can see very specifically your reactions are changed. So it's not a generalized, like, how everybody thinks. And if you are thinking and asking for something in particular, you notice your reaction to that has changed.
Oh, crazy.
And it's very simple. If you're scared of spiders, and you take linearist, which is the flower essence for fear of spiders, fear of anything you can name, fear of flying, you'll notice that starts to shift. It doesn't bother you as much. And then it finally stops bothering you.
And when you say you take the essence, what do you do with it? Eat it? Smell it?
You put it in, you take 4 drops 4 times a day. So the first time you take it in the morning when you wake up, last thing before you go to bed, and twice in between. And so what I normally do is I just put it in a water bottle that I carry around, or if I'm leaving the house, I just put the drops in there so I get the doses in between.
And what is it supposed to do to you?
The emotions have an energy, and that's like in our energy field, so it shifts the energy of those emotions. Candace worked with a neuroscientist, and she discovered that emotions have a frequency, and so she essence is work with the frequency of that emotion. So it lifts it.
We're going to take your calls next hour with our news, so jump aboard and share some of your stories, ask her a question or two. Dan Cohen is a PhD family constellation facilitator. What does that mean? What is a family constellation?
The family constellation is called therapy, but it's not really therapy. What it is instead, it's based on the idea that we talk about that family is an energy field. So when someone is wanting an insight into their situation, you can ask or go for family constellation therapy. Everyone sits in a circle. This is work that's done in a group. So you sit in a circle, there's space inside the circle which is empty. And the client presents the problem, whatever they're struggling with or dealing with. And the facilitator, so for instance, Dan Thorne, might ask the client to choose someone to represent him. And so the client or her, and the client will choose someone to represent themselves. And then they'll be asked to choose members of their family that might be relevant to their situation. And what happens as people step inside this circle, as they're chosen to represent members of the family, they start to feel and think, and emotions come to them, emotions that those family members would have felt. And it doesn't matter if the family member is alive or not alive. The field makes those emotions present. And the client, because it's almost like watching a play, you're watching yourself, you're watching the situation, so you get a perspective on your situation that you normally don't have. And that perspective is like a peak at the level of the heart. It's not just the level of, at the level of the intellect. It's at the level of the heart. And there's an opening, there's a sense of understanding that happens. And that starts the healing process.
What do you recommend to people who have difficult times? And so many people do because we're human beings.
Being human is a huge endeavor. And honestly, I feel like the biggest thing someone can do for themselves is to reconnect with themselves. Because that's kind of where everything starts inside it. We give away our power to trust ourselves, to believe in ourselves. And so healing requires a restoration of that belief in ourselves, in trusting ourselves. And that's when our healing journey can really begin and start.
Are you happy with the progress that people make, your clients, for example?
Very much so. I think one of the most wonderful features of the work I do is when people will call and I don't hear for them from a while because, they've taken the essences, they're on the path, and then I'll get a call saying, I just wanted to let you know. And I just love that because it's, to me, that's the space that gives me rise. And it's beautiful to see. It's like if someone was thinking of leading a relationship, they change their mind. If they were struggling with something, with a transition in their life, they got a job, they moved on, they got a sense of self-worth. There's just so many things that happen, and it's just amazing when that happens to me. I'm just always amazed at how much change can happen. And that's to me the most rewarding part of what I do.
Anu, have you ever had a client who was close to suicide and you pulled them back from that?
I'm not a trained therapist, so I make that very clear at the start that I'm not a trained therapist. But I always am listening for the loss of hope because that's the most important thing. When we lose hope, when we're very self-critical, the studies show self-critical people are more likely to commit suicide.
We're going to come back and take calls with you next on Coast to Coast AM. Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com. KFI, AM 640. It happens. Famed legal professor Alan Dershowitz tells Newsmax that America is now a banana republic. An American president has been indicted, but it's never happened before. Now Newsmax Rob Smith is exposing the political attack on Donald Trump and America's laws. Tonight, Rob Smith looks at secret players, including billionaire George Soros, who has been targeting Trump. Meanwhile, he says new documents prove the Biden family got tabs from China. But the big media, he says, is ignoring this scandal. Rob. Watch Rob 6 tonight at 4 p.m. Pacific. It's the hottest show in cable. Find Newsmax on major cable systems and even back on DirecTV and Uber. Plus, get Newsmax on Roku, Samsung, Vizio, Pluto, Zumo, and more. Download the Newsmax app for free on your iPhone or Android and start watching anytime, anywhere. Plenty of people watch Newsmax, you should too. Tell your friends and family to tune in today and watch Rob 6 tonight. You probably already know that Rosetta Stone is one of the best ways to learn a language. But did you also know that they offer a lifetime subscription in all 25 of their languages? Dabble in French, try your hand in German, learn a bit of Japanese, or even explore Swedish. And right now, you can get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Visit RosettaStone.com today to purchase one and learn for life. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule to travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right. Yeah, when you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it to come up with money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Live without the fear. Step on in New York to Los Angeles. Next Monday, it's time to rise and shine. Here's Jennifer Johnson with your morning what's up call.
I want to start this morning with the biggest thank you I know I did. Yesterday we had the Pasadena Humane Society's Wiggle Waggle Walk and the KFI Wake Up Call Wigglers team came in first.
No.
I mean, we're not only talking not only talking money, but the number of team members. We did a clean sweep. And you guys, I could not have done this without you. Producer Michelle makes it all happen as well. We had Nathan and Riley from our promotions team at KFI who came out. Not to mention all of the actual KFI staff members who were there. It was Nick Cagliostini, his husband Brian, Amy King, Michelle, like I said, Mo Kelly came out there, Mondo came out. We had,
We had so much fun yesterday.
Oh my God.
Not just, I appreciate the thank you, but I'm saying everybody, it was so nice to see everybody. See Rebecca and Carl and Eric Lozardo was there. It was amazing. Just to have all of our listeners there participating with us, that was amazing.
And I think that I want to get into it all a little bit later too, because we put together, between all of us, as you can imagine, we put together tons of stuff on social media. And what's funny is the pictures I might have got from the left side angle, Nick got from the right side angle, or whatever. So you're going to see a ton of different angles, but funny stuff. We'll get into it later. But Nick, from me to you right now, I could not give you a bigger hug if I tried. You were awesome. Thank you.
It was so much fun. It was such a good time. And frankly, it's an early morning on a Sunday. It's for an amazing cause supporting Pasadena Humane. And again, it feels great to be top team. But also at the end of the day, it's just really good to kind of hang out with coworkers as well as to get to hang out with our listeners. So.
That's just it. And that's what I want to get into later is the listener interaction, which is super, super fun. And so thank you to all of you who are up and out of listening again this morning, who came out and joined us yesterday. We're going to talk more about it, but thank you. The California Department of Water Resources is set to do its fourth snow survey of the season at Phillips Station near Lake Tahoe. And more than 2,000 members of Congress who are active on TikTok are facing questions about whether they are going to continue using TikTok. Coming up at 5:05, we'll talk with ABC Karen Travers about what the president is doing when it comes to investing in America. He's got another stop on his tour right now. This one is in Minnesota. I'll tell you why, but let's start with some of these stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. It's the California Department of Water Resources set to do its fourth snow survey. So this is the one that happens at Lake Tahoe at Phillips Station, where you used to see Frank Jerky go out there with his stick, the one handle called Stickman. This time, though, it's a couple of people who had to go Frank's stick when he was guided. In late March, the snowpack measure was 225% of average. 2019, it was 200, or I'm sorry, and then it was 219% of full of the year's average already. The southern Sierra region also was well above average, and we've had more storms since then. Honestly, I can't wait to see some of these numbers, and I wonder if more records will be broken. More than 30 people have been killed by dozens of tornadoes that swept through the South, the Midwest, and the Northeast. The dead include at least 9 in just one county in Tennessee, 5 in Indiana, 4 in Illinois. The storm tore a path through the Arkansas Capitol and then collapsed the roof of a past concert venue in Illinois. This man was at the concert and said he couldn't save his dad. The National Weather Service confirmed the tornado was responsible for damage to several homes near Bridgeville, Delaware, Saturday. One person was found dead inside a heavily damaged house. Well, there was a man who tried to rescue his dog from a cliff behind his home in San Pedro yesterday. That guy then needed rescuing. The man got stuck on the cliff yesterday. Firefighters had to use a harness and a rope to lower down to the guy and his dog. They lowered them down to the beach about 30 feet below, and both were okay. A hit-and-run driver had killed one pedestrian and injured another in Santa Ana. The people were hit while they were standing next to a car in the street early this morning. That's when the SUV slammed into them. Investigators say they have limited information on the car and so far no description of the driver. All right, when we come back, we'll talk with ABC's Sarah Travers and find out why the president has traveled to Minnesota this morning. We'll get the latest in just a second. But let's start with your diet this morning on the 110.
Figure out this one for first thing this morning. As you sound so and the northbound side is blocked, and it's the two right lanes that are set down for some guardrail repairs, emergency watchout. Money hours, so right now, northbound side on the 110. Coming away from about Florence to New Jersey, 43 course blocking the businesses for the northbound and continue towards downtown leaving the 10 to the 101. It's actually looking pretty good for your drive. If you're in town or otherwise something is slowing you downtown, position yourself on the keyword is hit by traffic. Westbound side of the 91 through Corona, not too bad so far. It is a little slow going from Service Bus as you make this first Green River, but that's at least for the moment about it. Southbound side of the 241 forward, actually, yes, 91 to the Windy Ridge Slow Plaza. Looks like that's actually a pretty slow going drive. Maybe some overnight South Grand Street traffic up stop there, and packed tight for the drive coming out of the high desert on the 15 southbound through this area. It does look like you have traffic off your way. Sparrow Road involving the big rig that has been cleared to the right shoulder, but overall, 16 south on a Messbury Drive from before Joshua Street to merge at the 395, and you'll see the delays all the way into the border with the 215. KFI this guy helps get there faster. I'm Nick Polioski.
506 on your wake-up call. Karen Travers, good morning to you. Why is the president headed to Minnesota?
Yeah, part of this Investing in America tour that the president launched last week with that visit to the semiconductor manufacturer in Durham, North Carolina. This is step 2 for the president. He is now heading to Minnesota today to visit TRUMAN, a company that is a manufacturer of truck engines and alternative clean energy technology. This company today is going to announce they're investing $1 billion to expand their manufacturing in Indiana, North Carolina, and New York. So for the president today, it's a chance for him to highlight how his Investing in America agenda is building a clean energy economy, how he is working to bring supply chains back to the United States, and his administration is working to create good paying jobs. And I think we talked about this last week. This certainly has this feel of a soft launch of a campaign, re-election campaign. It certainly looks like this. There's a feel of the message, the events, the types of things he would be doing if he were officially a candidate for re-election. He is not. That might not be coming for a couple more months. This is a way to have him out there on the road talking about what he has done, what this legislation and other pieces of legislation will be doing for Americans, and, kind of work out maybe some of the key lines and some of the messaging and type of things that he would do when he's out there as a political candidate at some point in the near future.
When you guys from the press are watching these different events happen, is it pretty clear just in even the makeup of the hoopla that surrounds them and the pageantry and whatnot, where it goes from just, the president is visiting this to say that this economic plan of his is going well,
That was too much. Well,
The president really wants to put the glitter on this cupcake and make sure that everybody knows this is what I can do. Don't you want more of me?
Yeah, it certainly does feel like that. But, I think especially on some of these big ticket pieces of legislation, the Inflation Reduction Act, which that one is a little easier for them because we have so many things that are behind the scenes, and you can say on January 1st, there was the tax on certain crops, there was the insulin price drop that went down. There were also tangible things that they can point to. But then all the other stuff, the semiconductor legislation, going back to the infrastructure bill, those are big things that will have big results, but it's going to take a while. And they want to be able to try and get some credit for it before stuff is going to the ground or before the bridge is built, before those big things start actually showing up in communities. And, even if the president were to win a re-election, he'll not be around for the bridge actually being built. That's how long some of these things are going to take. So you've got to get them out there. That's the issue from some of these, White House officials. We have to have them out there talking about it. Now, whether it's going to get traction, it's not clear because the polls still show his approval numbers lagging. Kind of still stuck in this thing, low 40s, upper 30s as we've been with.
Oh, sounds like we lost Aaron's connection. All right. Well, we will try and get her back for tomorrow. I'm sure we'll have an update on his appearance today in Minnesota. But let's also, one thing that I was going to ask Aaron about, unless something has changed overnight, President Biden has been asked about former President Trump being indicted last week in connection to that hush money that was paid to porn actress Stormy Daniels. And as of right now, I think that the president is sort of declining or deflecting any of those questions that might be coming his way. So I was just going to check with her to see if she had said anything on that. But as of right now, I'm not seeing this morning that she has. Now, speaking of the former president, plans are being made in New York for his arraignment in connection with the alleged hush money that was paid in 2016.
This is one of the busiest courthouses in the country, yet it's preparing for something never seen before.
Aaron Kikursky says security in Lower Manhattan has been tightened ahead of tomorrow's appearance.
There will be no other court proceedings on the 15th floor here while Trump is inside, and many other places in the building have been adjourned to reduce foot traffic. The streets around here will all be closed.
Trump's lawyer, Joe Tacopino, says his client will plead not guilty. Trump plans to fly back to Mar-a-Lago after his arraignment. And one thing that I was really curious about this weekend when the news came out on Friday was, so what happens next? So you go, you surrender, quote unquote, which is really just you appear as former President Trump is going to do, but then what happens? And I was glad to hear that Catherine Falter from ABC News was following up on that. So we'll bring you that story coming up at 5:35. What does Trump do in the meantime? Russia has blamed Ukrainian security agencies for a bomb attack that killed a well-known Russian military blogger. ABC's Tom Burris says the bombing yesterday happened as the pro-Ukraine war blogger was leading a discussion at a cafe in St. Petersburg.
The attack looking like an assassination. Blasting down the walls causes carnage inside, killing a prominent Russian pro-military blogger, that's key for me, using the pseudonym Vladimir Katarsky on his blog.
Now, more than 30 people were hurt, 10 were in grave condition. Russian police have arrested a woman suspected of delivering the bomb in a small statue. We'll talk more about this coming up at 5:50 this morning. Now, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has told his Russian counterpart the detention of a Wall Street Journal reporter. Remember this one from last week? He said that's unacceptable. ABC's Rama Hassan says Blinken demanded the immediate release of Evan Gershkovich during a phone call with Sergei Lavrov.
The State Department also demanding the release of another American detained in Russia, King Marine Paul Williams, behind bars since 2018, also charged with espionage and sentenced to 16 years in prison.
Hassan says more than 36 global news organizations have written to Russia's ambassador to the U.S. saying that Gershkovich is a journalist. He is not a spy. It's got a couple of different things. First off, we've got layoffs coming from McDonald's. Also, will will tell you who LA City Council President Paul Kerkorian would like to fill the seat of Mark Ridley Thomas, the remainder of that section, if that's it anyway. And then also ABC's Jim Ryan, because did you see over the weekend, California is in the Final Four. Woo! Actually, the Final Two. So we're talking basketball championship, the NCAA men's basketball championship in Houston. It is UConn against the San Diego State Aztecs. Not really a big Aztec fan, one way or the other. I don't know how many skin in the game. Except, I'm a Californian, a Southern Californian, so you gotta root for your own, right? So we'll get into that with him in just a second. Let's get back to your guy, find out why it's slow on the 15.
Here's the news alert news update in social media letter in the Bay area from before Johnson Street to the merger of 395. That will be a really rough show for you. As you make way, I'll push you the home back from the 138 as you make way to the service of 215 in Devore. Now, on the 15 South near Ranchero Road, you do have a big rig there wreck that is off of the right shoulder, so no longer blocking lanes. In fact, that's where the race really get heavy for you again, 15 southbound Ranchero Road, as you can see it's closer to the 215 in Devore. What's on 91? I'm not even passing for you, nothing to big right home down quite yet, but it'll be busy for you starting from Los Sierra as you make way, expecting to be on the 241 toll road. You gotta find the channel to get there faster. I'm not calling it. Attention Southern California, ViralRabbi is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and jobs. No one was positive with this free honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace and AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. Call 113.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. If April is flowering your company with open job positions, help out Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform is to easy fast interview and hire candidates all in one place. Sponsor your first job today and get hiring by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
It's Ross Tucker. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network presented by DraftKings. The Lakers have won 6 of their last 7 games to move up to 7th place in the West. They blew out the Rockets by 40 points from Anthony Davis. On Major League Baseball, the Angels shut out the Oakland A's in their series finale. The Dodgers ended up losing 2 to the Arizona Diamondbacks on the baseball single. And in college basketball, LSU cruised over Iowa to win the women's national championship, while Utah faced the San Diego State tonight for the men's title. I'm Kitty Happer. Hey, it's Ross Tucker. If you like to make games a little more interesting, download and listen to the newest episode of the Even Money Podcast with DraftKings, released every Tuesday. Available wherever you want podcasts, football and betting. Even Money Podcast. A light source system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap. It filters out chlorine and other contaminants, retaining healthy minerals. The light source system is maintenance-free, no filters, no salt, no servicing. They install it, you forget it. Own a light source water system for only $75 per month on Google credit. This is equal 30. Call 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696. LightSourceWater.com.
It's critical time so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and
Look clean, the outdoor oils, the right way, not the easy way.
just $429.
Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing. ViralRabbi.com. We'll keep it cool, but it's already set. Right number 1047-791. Hello, Morongo. National Beer Day is held. And now the top 5 reasons for with Morongo.
National Beer Day is success. All of beer are special price and all are gone.
Number 4.
All of your
Free.
so recognize the
Yeah, tell everybody. Yoshi.
You can push some boundaries and a chance to help reach your rating. When you earn 5% on your income.
I want to hear somebody get a song.
And the number one reason. Why keep your book organic at the top of the resort for done review and if you're looking for rates at a special price.
Well, one of the still resorted for for everybody. Oh, come on. It's not that bad. All accepted. There are going to be homeless drug addicts amongst us. They are part of our community. They bring in your car. Let's go to the big city. Homeless drug addicts down the the normal people. All live 1 to 4 p.m. on CMI and on demand anytime on the radio app.
Why do you say good stories? And are you
Everybody. Let's see if we can tell.
and you have watched footloose. You need not, every time you hear that song, you will not get you back to the scene of the school dance with Kevin Bacon in that sort of maroon suit that he's wearing, doing the whole, like, hands over his head, like, ripping the booger off his shoulders, and then if he goes to do his solo dance. Oh, I love this song. No, it's on the way up to one of my guys. Here's everybody.
Oh my God.
And now you've got Endeavor Group Holdings, which is the parent company of USC.
People as a whole, but most white people like this one here,
everybody who went to WrestleMania
shit I've ever heard. You just automatically assume there's no guys. You gotta do this shit. We're
so cool about that. Producer Ann, I know that you were there at the event. What shocked me about it was it looked exactly like if I had seen it on TV. I mean, I guess the production of it or something that you feel when you are there looks exactly like what you see on TV. Was it at full in person for you as well?
It was stunning. They spent $2.5 million on the set just to be built inside SoFi Stadium. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. And I was there for the Super Bowl, so it was very expensive.
And Snoop was there?
Yes. Snoop was there, yes. He comes to everything. It's so fun.
I it was great, but all of a sudden I was like, is that Snoop in the middle of the ring, the boxing ring? I mean, only in LA is that kind of stuff that happens.
Exactly.
All right, let's make it. It looked awesome from the pictures that I saw. Tim Ryan, good morning to you. Another spectacle that's happening it was in Houston, but it involves a team from California. The NCAA Men's Basketball Championship game. UConn, I know they haven't been there for a while, but the freaking Aztecs have never made it.
Yeah, never made it this far before. Let's play 6 degrees of separation. Okay, who's playing quickly?
With the danger zone. Teddy Rock.
And all your also saying that came from Teddy's staff, right?
Yes, I'm all right.
That's starring Bill Murray. Bill Murray, the father of UConn assistant coach Luke Murray. Okay, that's the 6 degrees of separation.
Oh my God. Tim Ryan with the win this morning. That's amazing. I did not know that was his kid.
That's right. Luke Murray, yes, the assistant coach. That Murray was afternoon on Friday night where UConn advanced to tonight's championship. So the Huskies tonight will face the Aztecs. I think it is a big university. First time that the Aztecs have ever made it even close to this far. It'll be the 6th appearance for UConn. They've got 5 championships under their belt since 1999, more than any other team count is better than the Huskies going into tonight's game.
Oh, interesting. Okay, let's talk about on the court. I'm not familiar with either of these teams. I'm going to admit I'm not a big, college basketball person. Who should we be watching for tonight? Who are the big stars on each team?
Well, Mark Butler, that he scored the buzzer beater on Friday night to send the Aztecs to tonight's game. 26 seconds left on the clock. He pulls up, he shoots it free, and thinks it, and then suddenly he and Sandy Garcia are in the thing for the first time ever. So absolutely, Andre Jackson Jr., the guard, he's going to be one to watch. So there's been a lot of folks. It's going to be an entertaining game regardless. I don't think that the FCS is going to crater. And I mean, you have to hope that the Huskies won't take anything for granted because it could be a really good game tonight.
Yeah, that's just it. And I do love a good Cinderella story. And of course, it's the underdog this time, are the Aztecs. And I really hope that they win, not just because of that, but you also don't want that team to, and I don't know if this is the case with UConn, but if they're a little bit for their britches, sometimes it's nice to have somebody come in and spank them a little bit, let's be honest.
Yeah, and they may see themselves that way if they're walking out of the court not thinking, yeah, these guys do. That's when somebody can surprise you.
Absolutely. But, and like you said, a big game is always what you want to see. You don't want to see one team go in and clobber another one, no matter what. I don't care if it's the middle of the preseason and you're at the game. Just a good game is a good game, and whether it's basketball, football, baseball, whatever. So that's what I'm excited to see for tonight. Now, what time and when and everything is the game happening?
Well, the game kicks off this evening at 8:30. It's going to be a late night for me and an early morning tomorrow, but 8:30 Central Time. So, like 6:30 your time out there. So, yeah, plenty to see.
All right, Jim, have fun tonight. I have a feeling we'll be talking tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. See you later. ABC's Jim Ryan. And again, UConn is the favorite. I don't know if you're a betting person. The Huskies are favored by 6 heading into the game. But there's not a lot. Yeah. So I do like this matchup, though. I do like it, like I said, just because it sounds like, okay, these are two things. I'll admit, this is the kind of stuff I like to watch. I don't really pay attention during the season. But then when it gets to the big game, of course I'm going to watch it. It'll be a fun one. Pope Francis is out of the hospital. He was there for 3 days last week. Of course, Jerusalem did for bronchitis. Remember, they didn't tell us what it was. They just kept saying respiratory infection. I know that bronchitis, when you get it in an older person, obviously, it can be a little risky. But if they told us bronchitis, wouldn't everybody breathe a little easier? Like, hey, there's treatment for that. In season, as Bill Cetera says, the Pope returned to the Vatican Saturday. Then he was at St. Peter. There was one big sound a bit hoarse, and at times he seemed slightly out of breath. The Pope still marking the beginning of Holy Week, perhaps his busiest time of year, with a passionate sermon, thanking the faithful who prayed for his health, and urging the world to take better care of the poor, sick, and lonely. I always sound a little bit hoarse, and yesterday at the Wiggle Waggle Walk, I was out of breath, so I too could be the Pope. The Vatican says the Pope will preside over Holy Week ceremonies, which culminate with Easter Sunday Mass in the square. But you gotta hope he takes it easy. I mean, poor guy's coming off bronchitis. He's 86 years old, and he's got, this is showtime for the Pope. Easter week, this is the big show for him every year. So, damn it, rest easy. A nearly 1-year-old boy in South Orange County has been killed by a driver who may have been under the influence of drugs. The boy was in a stroller yesterday. He was being pushed by his parents when a car went onto the sidewalk and hit them. The CHP says the car traveled a few hundred feet along the sidewalk before crashing into the family. The parents also were hurt. The driver has been arrested. Police in Glendale are investigating anti-Armenian flyers that were found posted on light poles near St. Mary's Armenian Church, and in other parts of the city. I guess they found them as well, not just around the church. The flyers contain language denying the Armenian genocide and minimizing the suffering of the Armenian people. LA City Council President Paul Krikorian says he has plans to call on the council at the next meeting to appoint Heather Hutt to fill the remainder of Mark Ridley Thomas's term. Now, Mark Ridley Thomas was convicted last week on federal corruption charges. The council is in recess until next week. Krikorian says he decided against the special election because he says people will get to decide their representation in just a matter of months. This is true. A special election would cost taxpayers over $8 million. Even from a fiscal perspective, that actually sounds smart. It's not that, people in that district won't get their say. It's just, why would you spend another $8 million to elect somebody only to have them up for re-election again in just a few months? Well, this week it is a different type of to-go order for McDonald's.
McDonald's is temporarily closing its corporate offices as the company prepares to lay off corporate employees and continue its reorganization. According to the Wall Street Journal, a recent email to staff reads, during the week of April 3rd, we will communicate key decisions related to roles and staffing. McDonald's also asked employees to cancel all in-person meetings with vendors. Fun fact, a Wall Street Journal poll back in the day shows look for the golden arches is the best marketing slogan McDonald's ever had, 1950. The word, the closest thing to home, 1956. Those in Middleton pay a fine.
I've never made a hamburger at home that tastes anything like McDonald's. Not even close. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's definitely not like home. All right, we come back. We're going to talk with ABC's Catherine Calder about what is next for former President Trump. After he was indicted, he will be arraigned in Lower Manhattan tomorrow. This is all over the case of hush money that was paid to Stormy Daniels, and basically how it was put in the ledger. How it looks right now is a big enough deal, though, that he's now been indicted, which has never happened before to a former U.S. president. And we're going to talk Wiggle Waggle Rock 2023. All of you who came out yesterday morning, if you go to my Instagram right now, you get a little preview, JJLKFI, and you can see some of the fun, and then we'll get into it with Nick and the rest of the crew in just a second. Speaking of Nick, let's get back to your drive, and this time, where would you like to head, Nick? How about the 110 again?
Sounds good, Jen. Let's get something ready for your driving the north outside of the 110 now. At Swanson, still seems that the two right lanes are shut down for some emergency guardrail repairs. Unusual that it's the two right lanes, but that is an ongoing issue for you as a car that's planning into the guardrail. You're seeing totally drive on the 110 northbound from as far back as Manchester right now. And looks like a better drive ahead for the northbound on the 110. You can say after 10 towards you want to run through downtown LA. Those on time 5 starting to get in on the Acton taxi for your drive. We're going to sit so fine, and that remains the case through Commerce. You locked your pet up the tree?
Yeah, he's right up there and scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did he come from? And with what?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're Rooter Heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you know how to plug in, call Reader Hero coming in air. Go online at ReaderHero.com.
Are you looking to sell your home quickly and easily without having to deal with repairs or the hassle of a lengthy selling process? Look no further than Seller's Advantage. They with thousands of satisfied customers, they're the go-to choice for homeowners looking to sell their homes fast. So buy your home for a competitive cash offer, and they can close in just days, not weeks or months. No repairs are needed because they buy homes as is. And with the most 5-star reviews on Google and Yelp, it's no wonder why thousands of satisfied sellers have chosen Seller's Advantage for their home selling needs. Seller's Advantage is the fastest and most stress-free way to sell your home. So if you're ready to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. Get a no-obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-2747, sellersadvantage.com. CRE number 01961658. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blinster.com. At Blinster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including forward blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blinster.com. Bring your family to Dodger Stadium on April 4th when the Rockies come to town. Be one of the first 40,000 fans in attendance and receive a hooded sweatshirt presented by Bank of America. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotion. Our grandkids are coming for Easter. Oh, wait.
24 hours notice. But it's Smart and Final, we can walk in with nothing.
And walk out with everything we increase.
The medium hot avocado is 2 for $1.
Smart and Final, one chip and that's it.
Giant transmission fluid.
Seriously? Yours is just the break.
We all know how it can be good. Thanks for Louisa. That engine light is Louisa. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AAMCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. More stimulating products.
And I have to
Download the free Radio World Music Radio Podcast.
AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is your wake-up call. We'll talk wiggle, waggle, walk in just a second. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee. The California Department of Water Resources is set to do a fourth snow survey of the season. So that means a couple of people are going to walk out there with big sticks at Phillips Station near Lake Tahoe and push the stick down into the ground and see how high the snow is. But I bet, I'm a betting girl, I bet that we do see some records broken. More than 30 people have been killed by dozens of tornadoes that swept through the South, the Midwest, and the Northeast. And in just a second, we're going to talk about what a plant sounds like. Yes, what a plant sounds like if you pull the fruit off of it, or snip a stem, or something like that. Apparently, plants have sounds too. We're taking money now to ABC's Catherine Falters. Oh, Catherine, when the news broke on Friday, it was funny. My dad called me and he goes, I have 2 bits of breaking news for you that I bet you don't know. And I said, what's that? He said, one has got off and Trump got indicted. And I went, oh my gosh, what is this world coming to at this moment? But now that we know that former President Trump has been indicted on the hush money payments made to Stormy Daniels and how it was all categorized, I guess, entered into the ledger. What happens now? We know he's getting arraigned, but this feels like a bit of purgatory, I guess.
Well, look, in terms of what happens now, we know that a couple of days Trump is in Florida coming to New York. Tomorrow he'll be in court to be arraigned, and then he'll go back to Florida, and he will then hold a press conference or press in some way, shape, or form. So that's at least what we're expecting right this second.
Did he have to go to New York, or couldn't the arraignment and everything, the surrender, been done from Florida?
It can't initiate because Florida, these are the state charges, state criminal charges, it's not federal. So he had to physically come to New York. Now, if this was a federal investigation, if he was indicted on the federal level, you could have an initial appearance in Florida and then a trial somewhere else. But in this case, he had to, and he has to, frankly, come to New York to be arraigned.
And from what I understand, the security in Lower Manhattan is incredible right now, that nobody will even be on the floor. No cases will be tried on the floor in the courthouse where the former president will be.
Yes, that at least is on the screen will be closing down the majority of the court, which is because of security surrounding the former president. He's protected by the United States Secret Service. There's lots of security and logistics around this. So that is true. While he is in there, there won't really be anybody else in there. We're expecting him to be in there maybe for about an hour total. And the arraignment usually only takes about 15 minutes, but there's all sorts of other things that need to happen process-wise. So he'll go in there mid-afternoon, early afternoon, and then be on his way back to Florida, where he will then address reporters or get treatment of it in the weekend.
I know I saw things on social media like, I can't wait to see him in handcuffs, or I can't wait to see his mugshot, or whatever the case may be. And I know that in a couple of those cases, you're not going to handcuff him, right?
He won't be handcuffed. You're not going to see him walking into a court with handcuffs. In terms of whether there's a mugshot and people saying they can't wait to see it, if there is a mugshot in New York, mugshots are not released publicly. So we don't know whether there will be a mugshot, whether he will be single
though, even if there is one, there's going to be a update from the NIDA's office and a month's office. That's wrong. That's not how this will play out. So we'll just have to see, though. Like, a lot of this is totally unprecedented. We don't know. I mean, to be determined. We'll see the dealer period leaving some power and going to the court. But whether we typically see video with him answering, that again is still all up in the air.
Oh my God, so much to watch. I mean, this is definitely unprecedented, and we'll be watching it right along with you, Catherine. Thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you.
All right, see you later. ABC's Catherine Baldwin. The first time that it seems a former president of the United States could even have a mugshot in his fingerprint taken. And having not just this indictment, there's always the potential of something else to come. And so it's a lot of, for everybody. I mean, not even from the press angle or the paparazzi angle, holy cow. And it's just a lot of unknowns. But don't just assume that indictment means a former president is going to be treated like you or I would be. Where they come over to our house and they cuff us, and our neighbors are doing videos of us as we're walking to the car. And then as we get out of the car, the picture's snapping and that kind of thing. That's not the way it works. Not this time around. All right, the way it works when it comes to the Wiggle Waggle Walk is that you guys are amazing. We raised almost $14,000. Nick Caliotini, I want to pull you up here because your costume yesterday turned out to be sort of the beacon for the KFI Wake Up Call Wigglers. If you ever got lost, all we told you to do was, and I quote, this is the thing, follow Nick, the inflatable bunny.
Yeah, it was definitely follow the rabbit down the rabbit hole as a Wiggle Waggle Walk yesterday. So, yeah, we had an amazing time. It was so good again to see everyone that was able to come out and join us. We got that costume. While it may have been air blown, either us, I'm not kidding you, probably had a quarter of a cup of water from the sweat alone.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
Not to get gross with anybody right now, but no, it was wild. I literally had to hang the rabbit by his ears to get it drained out when I got it home.
I do not doubt it, and as you guys all know, how much I love rabbits.
Not at all. Of course.
And so that was all part. You should have seen the grin on his face when he put this costume on yesterday.
Yes, oh no. And I love Jen dearly, and we are good friends, but it was so much like, oh, this is super cute. And of course, my husband Brian had his orange t-shirt on you can see it on the social media, but the pen and the carrot, and he wore green jeans. So like he did a total couple's costume was great.
It was
even more fun because along the entire walk, I was stopping to take pictures with not just our team, but also with a lot of the other teams. A lot of the other participants were there. Most people that were just out enjoying a run around Brookside Park at the Rose Bowl. So
it was so much fun. And to all of the Wake Up Call Wigglers, and I know I'm not going to remember everybody, so Nick, jump in here if you can think of some of the other people who are on our team that does. But for Rebecca, Eric Rosardo, Deidre, his wife, Brady, their daughter, let's see, who else?
Molly and Sarah. Molly was definitely our handler for all the animals, and Sarah, grocery Sarah.
Carl and his wife Rita. And you guys, here's what's so funny is we're able to rattle these names off because these people have become like family.
Right.
They come out every year and support the walk. They come out every year to hang out with us. And we could not, Michelle from Upland, who's right up the street from me, introduced herself this year. And it's people like you, and I'm sorry, and there were, over 70 people on our team. I know we forgot a bazillion names, but for those of you who, A, was your first time, thank you. But B, for those of you who have made this a yearly event to support Catholic community names, why we were the #1 team this year.
Oh, that's not good.
And thank you for saying that so much, but 300 flags went so quickly. And of course, as you said, I would have to do 500 next year. I'm like, I don't know. I like the 300 exclusivity. You get there early. You come to the KFI booth. We're always there, right at the front near the stage. You can pick up that flag bag, and not just for our team participants, but if you get there early, I mean, obviously we would staff it before you join our team and donate to the Patrick Maine, but if you're just attending the expo, which runs from 8 a.m. until 11 a.m., yeah, you can pick up our flag bag as well.
Exactly, and that was the best part. They had agility training. We had Pasadena canine officers out there showing off what their dogs can do. I did laugh though. The one time that Betty got a little wild, because it was Betty White the puppy's first time, was right in front of the cop. And I looked at her and I go, "Do you not know how this works? If you're in front of the police officers, dumb dog." But anyway, it worked out great, and we owe for everybody who said, "So what was your costume?" I kept saying kaleidoscope. We were going to be a kaleidoscope. We were butterflies. And if you're thinking, what is that? A group of butterflies is known as a kaleidoscope. There you go.
We're adorable. You and the pup and Amy King also got in on your little mariposa action. So yeah, it was good.
It was awesome. Thank you to you all. We can do it again without you. And it will be in the spring again. They've moved it permanently to the spring, so we'll do it again next year. All right, we come back. We're going to talk with ABC's Inez Sarah. He had a pro-war Russian military blogger who was killed in a blast at a cafe in St. Petersburg. And by all accounts, it looks like a woman actually brought a bomb in. So we'll tell you how that all happened, what happened, how many people, in addition to the blogger, were hurt. That's all coming up in just a second. Let's take a look at your drive on the 91.
As a regular lunch time, you know the drill. It is that time of the morning when things really start to heat up and getting out of Riverside to Corona. It's really heavy stretches of flowing through this go around. From almost as far back as Van Buren, definitely from before Tyler, and you'll see those roads continuing to the 241 toll road. Also a bit busy for you along the 241 leading the Windy Ridge toll plaza as you continue through the 91. And thinking that you're driving and you're making your way along the 110 northbound route south LA, ongoing issues for you, two-way lanes shut down due to emergency guardrail repairs. And that's going to be kind of tight for your drive on the northbound 110 the radar building as well. From before Manchester, you head towards Lawson. KFI in the channel to keep you there faster. I'm Nick Collier TV.
Economic return is ready to serve. America's largest entity law firm. Fighting for full and fair compensation. Now for a free test of evaluation. So you make your that'll pay out all that's all. So lose on the pharmaceutical.com. Come on. All you gotta do is come on. All you gotta do is visit quarterpeople.com for an offer for your use.
This report is sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. When your ride fires on all cylinders, so do you. That's why Napa is on a mission to keep you in motion. With nearly 6,000 Napa Auto Parts stores and over 17,000 Napa Auto Care centers, the Napa Network has everything you need to get up and go. This is Rabbi. Here's what's trending the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by the Play It Forward Foundation.
The Lakers have won 6 of their last 7 games, move up to 7th place in the West. They blew out the Rockets behind 40 points from Anthony Davis. On to Major League Baseball, where the Angels shut out the Oakland A's in their series finale. The Dodgers ended up losing to the Arizona Diamondbacks on the late run single. And in college basketball, LSU cruised over Iowa to win the women's national championship, while UConn faced the San Diego State tonight for the men's title. I'm Katie Haffer, and we'll Play It Forward Foundation, or PIF, elevates and equips elite young athletes through NIL branding to support their development and secure their future. Learn more at PIFFoundation.org. Play It Forward Foundation, creating opportunity. John here, you've heard me talk for years about Cutting Dental, Southern California's premier dental practice. They're pioneers of the all-on 4 teeth in a day procedure. Plus, they can handle all your dental needs, from bridges to braces. To a dental twilight sleep or full anesthesia. I've been going for over 20 years. Call now for free exam X-ray, 888-640-SMILE, 888-640-SMILE. Restrictions apply. If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that have CPP and nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a six-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. The bills start coming and they don't stop. Medical bills, dental bills, car repairs, rent is due. Plenty people need it just don't have. As a nonprofit, JLA has been helping people overcome financial challenges since 1904. We provide zero interest, no fee loans with an emergency, no financial ruin. Support our efforts and learn more at jfla.org. Need to loan yourself? We're here for you at jfla.org. Golden Boy Expression, Howard, Graham, Ozzy Osbourne, for the entire Power Trip weekend. VIP camping at the Safari Day Campground. All thanks to Golden Boy. Register now to buy tickets at PowerTrip.live. On sale Thursday at 1 p.m. Eastern. Interviews chance to win now. On Power Trip. Portion to the following program will be recorded. Okay, we have homeless problems. Let's take money for medical and moving into homelessness. How about taking a different angle to money and putting 10,000 homeless people on an aircraft carrier? We're going to throw housing there. We're going to throw housing for the homeless. How about education? Well, we have to throw housing for the homeless. Zero handle. Where do you go with that? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on JFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is your wake-up call. Thank you for the theme song there, George. I'm Jennifer Jones. Bringing some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Police in Glendale are investigating anti-Armenian flyers that were found posted on light poles near St. Mary's Armenian Church and in other parts of the city. LA City Council President Paul Krikorian says he plans to call on the council at its next meeting to appoint Hunter Hutt to fill the remainder of Mark Ridley Thomas's term. And he's looking at it from a fiscal perspective. Because here's the deal. It would cost about $8 million to hold a special election. And he says, why waste that money when you're going to decide your representation with a vote in just a matter of months? And there's one of the original restaurants of downtown Disney that's closing. The Pearl restaurant announced its closure on Instagram. Its outdoor Uva bar will also shut down on April 14th. And if you've been to downtown Disney recently, Tyler and I were just talking about it off the air. The reconstruction of downtown Disney is massive right now. I mean, there's a big project underway. So there's all kinds to get to that. Let's take it morning now to ABC's and Ned's Daily Kutera and crypto stats to hear about this explosion in St. Petersburg that killed a pro-Russian war blogger. And then what else can you tell us about how this bombing was pulled off?
Good morning, This explosion at a St. Petersburg cafe called Vladimir Kaparsky, who is a well-known Russian military blogger. Dozens more people were injured. The numbers are still in flux there, but at least 25 people were injured, with 19 of them treated at the hospital. This morning, Russia's investigative committee that it had launched a high-profile murder investigation, and that even though it's still unclear who carried out the attack, they're saying they've arrested a woman who is suspected of delivering the bomb to the blogger. And you saw Russian state media as well this morning reporting that the bomb was actually hidden inside a small statue, and there's a video circulating on social media showing the blogger holding a statue and saying this is the same statue we're talking about. So theological questions there regarding what happened, who could be behind it. We could turn out the blogger had been speaking at an event at this cafe when this all happened.
So people knew that he was there. So he, in a way, was an easy target if somebody was going after it.
Well, it's similar to, kind of sort of authors speaking at bookstores, kind of that vibe. I was looking through video on social media, and it was a small, kind of intimate setting. People knew he was going to be there.
they're with security, but we're also hearing seeing reports in reference to media that apparently, the officials who are in charge of security say they seem to giving up a job there, and that they recognize they could have done better. When it comes to which side may have been the one who went after him, it's interesting because I know that he was a pro-war blogger. However, he also had been critical of Russia's military command recently. So you feel like, oh, well, he's a pro-Russian blogger. It must be Ukrainians who went after him. But wait, maybe the Russians were mad that he was talking smack about their procedures when it came to the war.
That's exactly right. Yeah, so there's, all sorts of speculation here when it comes to who could be behind this. Like you say, some of them put the finger at the Ukrainians. So the Russians this morning are saying they have intelligence that it was the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians are shooting down those allegations with one of the Ukrainian President Zelensky talked about this in the Black Sea result of an internal political fight in Russia. But at the same time, like you say, this is someone who was very critical of the way the war is being conducted. There are these ultra nationalists in Russia who think Putin should be doing better, that they should want to even more action in Ukraine if they don't think the war is being waged properly, and they've been critical of the government. So there is a school of thought right now that says that maybe it was the Russians that are behind this because he was too critical of current officials. And we should point out this is the second time that a prominent Russian figure closely associated with the war in Ukraine has been targeted on Russian soil, with another journalist and big supporter of the Russian military killed last August in a car bomb in the Moscow area.
All right. Thank you so much for the latest thing. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
See you later. That is ABC. You know, the sort of testing that we're playing. If you are the person and they'll find out which side you're on, obviously, but let's just say for argument's sake that it is this woman who brought this statue into the cafe where she knew that this blogger was going to be speaking and that it was her mission. Maybe she even thought she was going to be a suicide bomber in this case. But it was her mission to make sure that she blew this blogger up. Now, let's just say that he was somebody who was standing up for Russia and didn't like his criticism. What a veiled murder, I guess you could say, because he could easily deny it and say it wasn't me, it had to be the Ukrainians. I mean, the way that somebody could place this and put the blame on somebody else while actually still silencing their own enemy, that's some tricky chess playing right there. If you saw the story that came out over the weekend, one of my first thoughts was, cool. And then my second thought was, but why would you want to live there? Not even necessarily why would you want to live there. How would you make a living there? So a story came out over the weekend about which places in California are the cheapest. This was a study from Go Banking Rate, which talked about which cities in California had the cheapest home prices. So I'm going to start at number 5, Palexico in Imperial County. Average price of a house there, $316,277. Super affordable, right? Tulare in Tulare County. Average home price was $389,000. Delano in Kern County. That average home price, $278,000. Tied with Porterville in Tulare County, also $278,000. The cheapest place you can buy a home in California, according to the survey, is Oildale. Oildale. Have you ever heard of Oil? I don't know where Oildale is, other than it is listed as Kern County. So not far, just to the north of us here in Southern California. Go over the Grapevine, pop into Kern County. The average home price is $248,000. Average home price. So there are some that are fancier, but then I think about it. What would you do? You would almost have to be, I would think, some sort of rancher or farmer or somebody who worked in that area or somebody who was in the Santa Clarita area, maybe. That's where your job was and you commuted
down off the grapevine every day. And that's a heck of a commute. But anyway, those are the places if you are looking to relocate and you're trying to figure out some cheap place in California. And then finally, this one was just too fun. There was a study that was done on music trends. And the study was to determine which names are most commonly used in song titles. Which names? Okay, Tyler, I'm going to ask you really fast. Which name do you think is most commonly used in a song title for a male? Guy's name.
Guy's name in a song title.
Okay, anybody else in there have any ideas? Oscar or Ann, anybody have any idea which names are the most popular used in song titles?
I'm going to get Billy.
Okay, Billy's good, but not close. The new study says the number one name used in song titles is John, followed by Mary, Maria, Johnny, and David.
My next guess would have been Jack. So I guess
I would have thought Jack too, because you're reminding me of Jack and Diane. Right. Okay. Nope. So John, actually, there are 2,040 song titles with John in it, 1,800 with Mary in it, 1,700 with Maria. But I can think of two right there. My Maria from Brooks and Dunn and Maria Maria by Santana. Johnny, and David, Emmanuel, Alex, Mike, Juliet, Carmen, Carolina, and Paloma. Those are your top 20 names that are used in songs. This is KFI and KOSC, to Los Angeles, Orange County. I don't know, I can only think of one with Jenny in it. Nick, help me out. Is there a Nick song that I'm not thinking of?
Most of them are Christmas related.
Something Saint Nick, something, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, well, you kind of have though a niche. You kind of got a corner of the music industry then.
I do. I've got Halloween for my birthday, and then I've got, I've got Christmas for my name. So first off,
here's the holidays to me.
It's all really. In the last quarter of the year, always, October, November, December, it's all me. So.
It's all you. It's been the 110 all morning.
Well, that's the truth. And there's still ongoing issues for you in the northbound side, Jen, at Swanson. The two right lanes are set down for some guardrail repairs. Part of the explaining for those overnight and early morning hours. So you're seeing a still going drive from 1-4 Manchester, almost as far back as Century Boulevard, in northbound on the 110 towards Swanson. Plan ahead for the 405 or the 710 and freeway. Both are looking good for you. 405 northbound off the 105 toward the Kenny West LA, 710 northbound off the 105 to the 5. No problems for you there. Thinking a little bit closer to the 110. To the west of it, you can use Western Normandy or Vernon. Those are looking good right now. To the east of the 110, Avalon Boulevard or Central Alameda Street, they're all looking good as well. And if you're on this issue or anything on going downtown, because you're yourself on Seaward, it's paid by traffic. West side of the 105 to Linwood from before Long Beach Boulevard. Heavy stretches of storm for you. You're on the 110 south of Lane, West Athens, Fort Crenshaw Boulevard. So you'll find this guy helps get there faster. I'm in Hollywood. Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack. CUI 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
U.S. Bank is ranked number one in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. California is everywhere. We've been proud to help you plan and to work for you, and we can't thank you enough for that. And thank you to our real-life humans who go above and beyond for our customers every day. Bravo, you are bravo. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit JDPower.com/awards. Member FDIC.
This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. When something happens in the KFI studios, just check it out on our social at KFI AM 640 before somebody makes us take it down. And now, Handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Handle. Good morning, everybody. Bill Handle here on a Monday morning, April 3rd. We're into April already, and spring has sprung. It was, 55 degrees this morning. Still cold. That's okay. All right, we're back. Jennifer is back. And Jason Middleton is. I had lunch with Jason yesterday.
You did?
I did.
How'd that go? Did you guys trade secrets?
No, it was his wife and his daughter, and it was good. It was good. We had a friend of mine, and we had a great lunch.
That's awesome.
It was.
Katie, you got to meet his wife, Katie, and Margot, his daughter. You will be president Sunday.
Yeah, very, very sharp. Very smart young lady. So it was good. A couple of things about Jason. He has pretty much a potty mouth around everybody.
Yep.
That's one. What else?
He's funny. And fast. That's a fast guy.
Yeah, and I bought lunch, and it was basically horrible. Yeah,
the food was horrible.
Horrible.
Well,
you know, I don't want to mention names. I really don't. It's not fair. Foxy and Glendale. Yeah. All right. So there you are. All right. A little bit of gossip.
Sounds good.
It was fine. All right. Good morning, one. Good morning, all. All right. We say hello. Jennifer, good morning.
Good morning, Handel. We raised money for the Wiggle Waggle.
Oh, yeah.
$14,000. The weather was stunning yesterday at Brookside Park in Pasadena. And I can't tell you the number of people who came up to me who were like, oh my gosh, we love listening to you guys. And way to put up with Bill. Or way to handle Bill. Or way that everybody was like kind of giving me a verbal hug, if you will.
Oh, that's sweet.
For working with you.
Okay. That's lovely. So it's $14,000 is pretty neat.
Yes, I would throw you.
How much do they raise with the Wiggle Waggle Walk?
Over 200,000 this year, and
that's just for the foundation.
But Pasadena serves as an overflow for LA County. So if the other shelters get too full, Pasadena will take them in. Also, they have veterinary services that some of the LA County shelters don't have. So they can help out there too. So even though it's in that city, yes, and it's amazing, they also do help the county.
Okay, fair enough. That's, I hate to be nice, but I'm a dog person very much. So, as you are.
Oh my gosh.
And we were as Wayne is not.
And I told you guys really fast, kaleidoscope was what we were going to be. That was our costume.
Kaleidoscope? Is that for dogs that have colitis?
No, it is, we were butterflies, and did you know that that's what you call a group of butterflies, a kaleidoscope?
I didn't know that.
Don't you?
I had no idea. So when you, good morning, you shook your head when I said, yes, because I don't have a yard, because I know myself well enough to know that I'm not going to consistently walk a dog, and that is why I have a cat as opposed to a dog. Got it. Somewhere attached to dogs. I prefer neither to the other. They're both awesome. Real quickly, someone is, microphone is on, or the red, what do you call it? Someone's got to be, that's it. Someone has to mute. Thank you very much. There's an echo going on. All right, they're both shaking their head. I'll buy that. Or you got to be really into having your entire day. Yeah, that's true. I'm sure. I love the people who have that great days in a 600 square foot apartment. That's always a delight. Yeah. All right.
As long as you take them out.
Yeah, that's true. Tyler, good morning. Hey, good morning. All right, and Oscar is in from Michelle today. Good morning, Bill. Good morning, and you're here today and tomorrow, right? Just today. Oh, just today. Yeah, Michelle comes back, and Ann, who is still training. Good morning, Ann.
Good morning, Bill.
All right, what did I say this morning? And Oscar did this. I get the story. I do not want the story stacked. Crisscross, that's it. And I told Ann one more time, you're fired. But it was me who did it. Well, I told Ann, look at what Oscar did. If you do that, you're fired. Yeah, no crisscrossing of stories. All right, guys, ready to do it?
Yeah.
All right, handle on the news. Jennifer, Wayne, and me. Lead story. It'll happen tomorrow. There'll be the indictment tomorrow and all kinds of questions. It'll probably be unsealed, so we're going to know how many felony charges, one, but how many misdemeanor charges are going to be brought forward. So we'll have to probably be able to read it. And then this is going to be photographed. It's going to be fingerprinted, probably the swab taken for DNA purposes. For recording that, database picture, we don't know. If so, will it be released? Probably not. No handcuffs, clearly. There won't be a perp walk. And rightly so, unlike any other criminal. Although, a lot of people volunteer and are not handcuffed, don't they? Wayne? They volunteered. Yeah, they volunteered from themselves. Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. Aside from this is a very typical low-level, white-collar, non-violent kind of criminal proceeding going on, and that's what tomorrow's going to look like. With the added caveat that here we have somebody who necessarily requires Secret Service protection. That's the one thing that makes it a little different, but that's going to simply make it easier on him, I would imagine, because he's got his own armed people. Yeah, it's going to be hilarious. Here is a question that I have not heard the answer yet. Does he give up his passport? Does the judge pull his passport? Can you talk about someone who could be a flight risk? His own airplane, a big one, he could go anywhere. Of course, he's not going to. But does the judge say, and I want to pass? Well, this is a really good question, because yes, it is typically they would take custody of your passport. Yeah. And we're going to hear tomorrow night. But on the other hand, this is the last guy who would be able to run from these charges and hide. Yes, and hide in Mexico, right?
All right, you have Asa Hutchinson now, who recently completed 2 terms, so he's happy into the race for president.
Yeah.
He says former President Trump should drop out of the race, saying that the office is more important than any individual person.
Yeah, I can't wait for Trump to do the Stargate attack. That could be the entertaining part. The personal ad hominem attack. Well, that's another one for himself. Is Vivek Ramaswamy, who has announced for the Republican president. Go to Vivek. We'll see how Vivek does.
You know what's true about that is your name is Vivek Ramaswamy. People are not going to pronounce, or type your name right. So if you say go to vivitramaswamy.com, oh, good luck with that.
Yeah, it won't see that. It'll have a website. It'll be like Viv 2024. Yeah, or you'll just use existing print. And everybody knows that. Let's take a break. We'll be back. Jennifer Jones-Lee live in
the U.S. has died. The latest round of vehicle recalls includes leaking fuel tanks, torn airbags, and defective side view mirrors. This is for Honda and Chrysler. Apparently, those 2 companies account for more than 393,000 cars in this recall, but no crashes or injuries have been reported. And the Connecticut Huskies play the San Diego Aztecs game in Houston. We'll get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky in just a moment. That's a different school, actually.
If you're looking for $75,000 or more, great place to do it is if against your house, of course. It's the security of your house. That's the lowest interest rate you can get. And I'm going to suggest HMS Capital to help you borrow that money you need with the equity you built. HMS Capital, obviously I'm a huge fan. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital over the years. No appraisal or credit report fee to apply to HMS Capital is all about. And your property value, the amount of equity you have, is probably not going to go up anytime soon. It's flattened out. Call 833-255-5698. That's 833-255-5698. HMSCapital.com.
Oh my God! Still got weather from Florida. We've got a mostly sunny day ahead with highs in the upper 60s to very low 70s. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky, and this time checking out the 15-inch Metro.
I'm reading the problem.
If you haven't an update or talking to your phone, you can just do yourself on 2 hours. Continuing for the bloggers for a while, Rick. I mean, what's sometimes in 90 seconds? It's fun for your overall pilot. It could be a T41 4. You'll find the sound of disasters on this holiday season.
Well, the doctors, nurses, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University is ranked as the top 10 professors in the world by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit Vanguard.edu to learn more.
This report sponsored by Total Wine and More. Find what you love and love what you find. It's Total Wine and More. It's the most opportunity for those price for 30 years. It's easy to find more and you can build buildings on. Total Wine and More. It's not so long and we're sorry.
Southern California fishermen today found insulated power lines still using the latest technology to help keep our communities safe from wildfire. Learn more at spe.com/mitigation.
Hello, Rolando. There are a few things coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday. And Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now, the top reasons to visit Rolando.
It's not crazy. Even free and Johnny Chocolate Bunny is so nice.
Number 2.
Legendary Brain Mystery. Rob, you're excited.
And the number 1 reason.
It's a quick sunglasses. And it's going to upgrade your rating. You will earn 500 points on your rewards card. The 10th to 11th.
Rolando, good time. Welcome to the 2008 live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. The curious Ron Speed has been struggling with his feet down. His wife, Michelle, is trying to change the range. Michelle throws an elbow. He's leaning for the couch. He could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. Just learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com.
Ultimate man state. Here's a highly intelligent, educated person, and he's devoting his capabilities to banning an ingredient in skill. John and Ken, why do we have so many losers here? Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Still handle on April 3rd. Monday, let's return to handle on the news, Jennifer Wayne News. Next weekend.
Oh, sorry. The Six-Wagon, when you said there's the normal order split. What? Sorry. Okay,
Well,
go ahead.
No. You, Jen, you take it. Otherwise, I'm going to be so confused. I can't take it.
Okay, so here we go. The death toll was risen to 32. U.S. tornadoes that went through the South and Midwest and left a lot of these places in ruins. There was, if you heard about the concert or the theaters where there was a concert taking place in Illinois, there was the most heartbreaking, I'm not even going to play it right now, but there was the most heartbreaking audio of this son. He sounds like a grown man whose father was with him at this concert, and he said it just came in so fast I couldn't save it. Like, seconds that it ripped the roof off of this place.
50 tornadoes.
It's incredible.
And there's still more coming.
Oh, yeah.
It's horrific.
Yeah.
You watch the video, and some of these towns look like Hiroshima out here at the bottom yet.
It's just like little matchsticks.
Yeah,
you know, the
there's
splinters of a house.
Yeah, let's contrast that with some incredibly good news, some astoundingly good news, some unbelievably good news, particularly for our own beloved William Wolf Handel. The snowpack in California appears to be at an all-time high. Woo! So that's incredibly great news. Then it's that year. It's time for another Bill Handel Show Snowpack Report. Oh, don't mind if I do. The Southern Sierra is at 297% of its yearly average, the highest level in recorded history. The Northern Sierra section is at 190% of historical average. The Central Sierra is 233% of its average. Now, this is based on automated systems. They're going to do, oh my God, I'm surprised you didn't call in sick today. They're going to do a snow survey today to confirm the automated results would also measure the water content of the snowpack, which is the real indicator of our future water supply. And how do they do that? In the stick that goes up. That goes only on a say walk, stop,
softly, or what is it? No, you walk softly and carry
Walk
a big
softly.
stick.
How do you walk softly?
Or you talk softly and carry a big stick.
Talk softly and
Stick a big stick in the snow. Or a big stick. That was Teddy Roosevelt, by the way. So I have a question to ask. Survey. What do I like more? Snowpack report or a pastrami sandwich from Brick? Double baked dry bread, I might add.
what if you could have a blank pastrami sandwich while sitting at the station as they do the snowpack report in my top?
That's heavy.
Right?
Heavy. I think I've died on it. Heavy.
All right, it's UConn and San Diego State for the NCAA men's basketball final tonight. And come on, I mean, you guys really have a horse in the race other than San Diego State. Why not do it for them? It's still their first, yeah, San Diego State is the emotion pick because it's their first time ever getting all the way to the championship. UConn's been there multiple times. They have titles. So, for that reason, yeah, exactly. Let's let the Aztecs get something. And they had a buzzer beater anyway that got them there in the first place, so their last game to get them to this. So why not? So I think
they have a better record.
They have a better record, and
they have a better defense than UConn, although UConn has better offense. So there you go.
Well, UConn's favorite to win, I think it's by 6. I think
they're a 7.5-point favorite on FanDuel Sportsbook.
Okay, the one I looked at.
I don't think FanDuel Sportsbook controls all the odds that anybody could make.
Well, no matter what. So let's just say that there's that, whatever. It's 8-point spread.
Yeah, when they talk about the Las Vegas odds makers, we hear all the time. So you've got the sportsbook.
A little FYI.
Oh, okay.
I got a name.
All right, also keep in mind, keep in mind, this has been a March Madness of surprises after that. Yeah, that's the first time ever no number one seed got to the Final Four. So the normal way of trying to set the odds here, I think you got to throw all that out the window this season. Shootout at a Trader Joe's parking lot in the West Hills area of Los Angeles, believed to result from a drug deal gone bad. One of the suspects ran, took a car, was then involved in a hit-and-run collision, then kept running, got into another car, and one person is dead and 3 wounded. As a result of this incident happened on Saturday. How would they be able to park in the parking lot? You ever been to Trader Joe's? You can get in. Just go around and around the parking lot, and you don't have time for this unless you die.
But it's totally worth it. Once you do get there, it's totally worth it.
Not if you're going to get shot inside.
Well, anywho, we had a double murder in Hollywood, and they're looking for this one person after the shooting at La Brea and Sunset. This was about 12:15 Sunday morning, so late Saturday night, early Sunday morning. The person who ever shot them took off. The victims are only ID'd as guys in their 20s from the Lancaster Palmdale area. And according to witnesses, the group was on its way to a nearby strip club to celebrate one of the guys who was killed's birthday.
All of these, well, not all of them, but shootings like this, for example, this corner, I used to live in that area, and I used to pass by this corner at least 3-4 times a week, and then it's one of those things where, my God, that's where I shop. That's where I drive past every day. Wow. Oh, there was an accident I saw yesterday in Glendale while we were on the way, and it happened just before, and it was the intersection. Someone was going down at about 100 miles an hour, because it was insane. Traffic was backed up, and I go down, when I go to Foxy, I don't know, I've gone, how about once? But I've been through that area many times, so my God, right there. It just sort of happened, where it hits home, really, especially if you're close to home, it hits home. Especially if your home is hit.
What the hell did you eat yesterday? Because I think you have a food hangover.
No, I don't. I really don't. I had a burger. It's not what I ate yesterday. It's what I ate yesterday morning.
Another group of us there. We're like the guys. Let's move on.
Not so sweet. The FBI is investigating the Redlands Police Department after persistent allegations of sexual misconduct and an allegation that some higher-ups in the department tried to cover it up and even destroy evidence of it now. So the sexual misconduct has to do with, unfortunately, the kinds of things you can imagine. Officers pressuring other officers into sex acts, these kinds of things. You may be wondering, how can you destroy the evidence of sex things? Well, and as parents, if your kids are with you, throw them in the other room as soon as possible. It's the Monica Lewinsky situation. There was a semen stain on a chair that they believe resulted from some, one of these encounters. And this woman, a forensic specialist, says that she was instructed to get rid of the chair and not put it in a report about it so nobody would ever find out. And then later, another worker there was in, it looks like the evidence room, and two bigwigs came in and were looking for the chair. And she goes, "Are you looking for the chair?" And they go, "How did you know about the chair?" "Well, it's not here." And then they left. So these are some very, very bad allegations.
You notice that this is a small police department. Usually you hear problems like this in major city police departments. We don't get small police departments. By the way, very nice disclaimer that you gave the kids, put them in the other room. Whenever I get one of these stories on handle on the law, I go the other way. Parents, if you have kids in the car, turn off the volume. Let's take a break. We'll be back. Let's check in with Jennifer live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
At least one person's been killed in a fiery crash on the border of Hollywood and West Hollywood. Two women were critically hurt this morning in a crash on Sunset. Police say they were ejected. The car was completely on fire. Police say it was a Tesla, although they're not sure which model. Witnesses say the car was speeding. A man from Riverside County has been arrested for allegedly trying to kill his mother as a woman was stabbed yesterday. Her son was later arrested in San Jacinto. Oil prices have been increased as Saudi Arabia and other major oil producers say they'll cut 1.1 million barrels of production each day from May until the end of the year.
Good news. I suppose if you're in the oil production business.
That's Oil Price Information Service analyst Tom Closa, who says the announcement yesterday was unexpected.
This is probably worth another $3, $4, or $5 a barrel of price of crude, and that means higher prices for gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, you name it.
He says he thinks there's enough refining in the U.S. so that we don't go back to the $4 and $5 numbers we saw last year. Finland is about to join NATO. It will be official tomorrow.
4 hours made a historic decision last year to invite Finland and Sweden to join our line. Since then, we have seen the fastest ratification process in NATO's modern history.
Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg says Finland's membership will make the country safer and NATO stronger. He also says Sweden's membership would be in everyone's interest. And political satirist Mark Russell has died.
Mark Russell carried on the tradition of the great Tom Lehrer in his trademark bow tie and glasses and at his star-spangled piano for more than 50 years. His CBS comedy special aired from 1975 to 2004. Here's one of his classics.
I am the very model of a static political. I have become a premise of the public is unphysical.
And as Washington Post reports, Russell called himself a political cartoonist to the blind. Asked if he had a team of writers, Russell famously replied he had 535 of them, 100 in the Senate and 435 in the House. Russell was 90. Mark Ronner, KFI News.
We're going to be a drive on the 15, but first it's Sportsman Way. The Dodgers lost to the Arizona Diamondbacks 2-1, splitting that series at Dodger Stadium. The boys in blue, they get the Colorado Rockies. That's today's 7-10. Mike Money hit back-to-back homers to propel the Angels over the A 6-0. The Halos move to the Seattle Mariners today. Reed Detmers will handle the Halos start. And the Lakers dominated the Houston Rockets 134-109. Here's Coach Darvin Ham on Anthony Davis and his 40-point night.
He understands wholeheartedly what we need him to do, and he's coming out and trying to do that. Just being in attack mode the entire time.
I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. Whether you're just starting your watch collection or expanding it, check out Bob's Watches. We're the largest and finest selection of pre-owned, modern, and vintage luxury watches. Rolex, certified authentic. This is a leading online marketplace for men and women, and $200 off right now. Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handle, and click the link at the top to get your discount automatically applied.
SoCal weather from KFI. Looks like we've got a beautiful week ahead. Sunshine with temperatures in the upper 60s to the upper 70s. Let's get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky. Good morning, Jeff Ball. What's up on the 405?
Well, hello there. Good morning, Jennifer. Good morning to you. If you just join us now, you stay right with us here. We'll take care of you. The good old South 405, we call it down the valley. Well, get busy, but you do that. Right now, we got all lanes up. And make it road folks is going way. If you're on the road, I think you're on schedule, and you probably stay that way. So once you get over there, we'll bring you to West LA. There's a few problems to worry about. One, going to LAX is an important one. Westbound 105 actually over the boulevard where you make that turn to go under the runway to the airport. So it's up there. It's on these rails over the 105. And the one we're circling up right now, this is up mid-city LA. It's the westbound 10 to Santa Monica freeway before Crenshaw. Two left, a lot of activity there. There's a fleet of two cars down there. I don't know what happened. They split up and flared. Again, two left. Solid back up to the 110. Now, before it goes down the tube, Washington Boulevard, or Adams, or even Venice, and get on the Crenshaw, and you're on your way. Please be careful. Oh, one more thing I wonder what traffic home has is really, really slow coming down the hill from before the 395. Well, no, that's coming out. Don't go away. Jeff Bob. KFI in the sky.
For your guaranteed biggest refund and 50% off tax prep, Mr. Jackson Hewitt. 50% off is a limited time offer for new clients signing a participating location. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms. Hey, want to go car shopping with me this weekend? Again? I've been taking me so long to buy a car. I'm trying. Cars are hard to find. I've looked everywhere. Everywhere? Have you checked Roto.com? Roto.com? Yes. Roto has exactly what you want. Available cars. And at great prices. Okay, I'll fashion. Oh my Roto, that's a lot of cars. The wait is over. Find new and pre-owned cars available right now by downloading the Roto app or check out Roto.com.
Front driveway became an overgrown and unusable outdoor space. Let System Pavers destroy it for you. This month, System Pavers will demolish, dig up, and haul away your dated, neglected concrete or asphalt for free. And will replace them with the outdoor space of your dreams. Dramatic paver driveways, built-in fire pits, stunning outdoor kitchens, share-worthy patios, and more. For 30 years, System Pavers has helped more than 80,000 homeowners transform their homes through beautiful, durable, and high-quality outdoor remodels, and you could be next. Contact us today to take advantage of almost free demolition and removal, plus get 0% financing options. Get started today by calling System Pavers at 800-PAVE-004 or visit SystemPavers.com to get inspired. That's 800-PAVE-004 or SystemPavers.com. All orders must be placed by April 30th. Financing subject to credit approval. See website for offer and financing details. Contractor's license 661575. Insurance companies play hardball, but with Jacoby Myers on your side, you'll level the playing field. With over 50 years of experience, trust Jacoby Myers to protect your rights and get you the compensation you deserve. Call Jacoby Myers, the official law firm of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Southern California Edison wants you and your family to be prepared in an emergency. What's in your safety kit? A little preparation kit. You should have an easy-to-reach kit that includes basic necessities like first aid supplies, emergency food, water, medication, and important phone numbers. That's a start, but there's more. Learn about other tools and supplies you can prepare with at SUE.com/be-prepared.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
KFI
AM 640.
and iHeartRadio station.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handle here and the morning crew. Let's go back to Henry turned to handle on news, Jennifer Wayne.
Usually when you do a traffic stop, I assume if you're a cop, you don't expect to find 16,000 fentanyl pills, but that's exactly what happened during a traffic stop in San Bernardino. So these pills had an estimated street value of $320,000. And I don't know why in particular. I mean, I knew fentanyl was cheap and deadly, but 16,000 fentanyl pills. You think of how many people that could kill, and it only has an estimated street value of $320,000. I mean, when you think
$2 a pill.
That's what I'm saying. It's so cheap and so deadly.
That's why people are using it. I'm going to disagree with you, incidentally. I think cops today fully expect to find trunkloads of fentanyl pills.
Fentanyl pills?
Yeah.
Well, that's in my view. That's what it is. Yeah. I mean, it is wild. And they say that the suspects were arrested on felony charges, obviously, and they say the war on fentanyl continues.
Yeah. Coming up from the cartels, so cheap, so small. Long fentanyl powder and fentanyl pills, it's just crazy out there. We are sorry to inform you that you're being downsized. McDonald's is temporarily, we try it again, temporarily is the word, closing their U.S. offices because they're going to institute a round of layoffs and they don't want anybody to be there in person. So they said the offices are closed today through Wednesday. Everybody works from home until you're told you no longer work there, that you will be told virtually. You're not to have any in-person meetings at the offices with vendors or any outside parties. They don't want anybody on the premises while they do this, which makes me think it's more than a handful of people. Sure, but have you ever heard of this? Usually when people lay off, you get the email saying, goodbye, you're done, don't talk to any vendors, just pack up everything you have in a box, you're keeping it at the office, and don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. I can find this, I've never heard of this before, shutting down corporate offices to do layoffs.
It feels cool, in a way. Like, I like the way you're talking about it better, Handle, where they're like, hey, sorry, you're out, see you later. But it's sort of purgatory.
I think it's right away. I don't think they're going to tell the people. They just don't want them there in person. Didn't Twitter shut down their offices? I think Twitter did stay around the same thing. They locked everybody out for some period of time. And in terms of being cool, I don't know about that because I don't know if you've ever been fired. I have a few times. But you put everything in a box and you walk out the door and it's effectively the perk walk where people are staring at you and it's uncomfortable. So fun. That happened to me a couple of times.
Well, radio. We're all supposed to have it happen.
You take the picture off the wall. That's what happened to me when I was fired from the radio station.
Oh, that's,
yeah. You just take it off the wall and you go.
Right. Back in the day, I watched WWF. I remember it. And I remember when Vince McMahon took it over. And I guess I was in 1982. He actually bought it from his dad, which, of course, I was little and didn't know that part. But Vince McMahon is a very happy man this morning because now his Endeavor Group, which is the parent company of WWE, which was just here for WrestleMania over the weekend, by the way, at SoFi, they are buying WWE for $21 billion. The news came out just before we started the show.
You know, he took WWE and created this monster of a company and a franchise. And did he still do the interviews himself? I remember when he would stand up and he would interview the fighters that would scream at each other and, oh, I'm going to beat you, and your mother is rotten, and, they did all the screaming at each other, and then they all go have dinner together and have the best time of their life. But he used to do the interviews. And he got the company from his dad and just created this monster of a company.
And I guess my neighbors kept taking pink tweets. They went to SoFi over the weekend, and they were sitting, talking to the people around them. people follow some of these wrestlers, like you and I would follow baseball. There were people there from Tennessee, I think you said Boston, Canada, who this is what they do. They go to these different events to watch their particular wrestlers wrestle.
Cupcakes and sushi.
Yeah, he's a big guy. He works out with your friend, Harvey Levitt. Oh, at the Venice Gold Gym. Oh, he's big old buff dude and his famous teeth. I mean, cupcake in his life is teeth. I live in a fun neighborhood.
Yeah, you do. Wayne, I think we can do one more.
Well, it's being reported that Twitter has pulled the check mark from the main New York Times account, except I'm looking at it. So I'm not really sure exactly what's going on, except that they announced in Twitter did that people who have legacy check marks, meaning that you earned them by being a big shot or being credible or whatever, like yours, that they were going to take those all away, and the only people that would get that mark are the people who are paying subscribers to Twitter Blue. Meaning, if you wanted to keep your check mark, you have to start becoming a subscriber. And a lot of people said, "Well, we're not going to pay." And don't forget it. But as of right now, I still see the New York Times check mark, and I still see your check mark. So I'm not sure what's going on with this alleged taking away people's checks.
And that's at Bill Handle show, not a personal, not Bill Handle. Because I don't know. That Bill Handle, yeah, I don't do a personal Twitter, I have a Twitter account. But let me ask this, and that is, you were verified, and that just confirmed that it's really you. Now, you say to be verified, doesn't that just take away all the credibility? Why would anybody do it? Because everybody knows you should pay for it, and that's it.
It also means, and I shouldn't really say this, but somebody could put up an account at Bill Handle the Man, and it'll have a blue check mark set.
So that's the verification.
And try to pretend to be you.
Right.
And then have a blue check mark.
Yep. All right. It's just weird why you would do that. It's self-destructive. I mean, it does exactly the opposite. And who's going to pay for it? Here's somebody back. Cindy Tuck Handle on the news. Jennifer, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
So Francis is on the mend out of the hospital back to receiving advertising. NASA says for astronauts who will make up the first moon mission in more than 50 years will be announced today. And April 3rd is a party. I know I didn't know it either, but it's a celebration around the world. It is World Party Day. And all of us are encouraged to celebrate with singing, parties, music, drinks, games, and food. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a sunny day ahead. Highs will just be in the upper 60s to lower 70s. This report is brought to you by Discover. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Shopping Center, let's go places. This time we're taking a look at your drive on, I think it's 10, it's 2.
That's it. Because there's Santa Monica Freeway. What? Yeah, with a first number. That's pretty serious now. This is big city LA, what's down Santa Monica before us. That's of course before Crenshaw. Two left, and it's kind of about two left actually. But it's really backing things up, coming away from the interstate. Now once you get back to one thing, if you want to pick up Washington Boulevard, it's still an excellent space this early. Really good. Washington Adams, everything does, and the importance of the reason I pointed out to you the questions before Crenshaw, you can get on or back on the West End Ag Crenshaw. From that part of you, you're clear all the rest of West LA. One more westbound 105 back to Boulevard up to Lamar. I believe the best info we got is kind of going away. It's a little bit close, so we'll just be careful. Or coming up, they'll go away. Jeff Frog, AFI, and this guy.
Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome at the end of your first year. They automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right. Everything you've earned, double. The cash back for trips, restaurants, all double. Seriously though, you have to check it out for yourself at discover.com/map.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples has everything you need to travel from passport photos to luggage and 20% off your in-store purchase when you buy any travel service. Market discount like no life is just $1.99. Each store only offers in 48 days.
Really, I'm on one end of that. Yeah, my different engines, right?
So good you can listen to water that's right from that tap. It filters out water and other contaminants, retaining healthy minerals. Like our system is gluten-free, no filter, no salt,
They're
no
not
everything. They install it, you forget it. Own a light source water system for only $75 per month on approval of credit. This ends April 30th. Call 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com.
If you've got joint pain and they're telling you surgery is your best option, please double check and call QC Kinetics.
It's very rare, and the folks at QC Kinetics have been using the latest advanced regenerative treatments to bring lasting pain relief the natural way.
This harnesses your own body's healing agents to restore and repair damaged tissue in your knees, hips, shoulder, back.
And these precision treatments are done in the office, no front and no downtime.
QC Kinetics has hundreds of clinics all over America and thousands of satisfied patients.
If your joints have been aching from arthritis or injury, look beyond steroids and surgery and discover the amazing possibilities with regenerative medicine.
Especially the time of year that you're living life to the fullest, doing stuff you love to do.
If you can get relief and avoid going under the knife, doesn't it make sense to check this out?
QC Kinetics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. QC Kinetics, call for a free consultation.
213-997-PAIN. 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 Police partners make each other better. They show us what's possible beyond ourselves. At Tech Medicine of USC, being partners is more than just supplies healthcare with deep expertise and dedication. We'll work with you to reach your potential. Because the next great partner is our disease and care. Together, we are limitless. Losing your hair on a hot summer day is what you might with. No one wants that, Zach. So your hair conditioner lasts longer and reduce breakdowns with illumination.
Well, it's critical adjustment so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
And we'll clean the outdoor oils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just for $129.
Gale Air Conditioning and Plumbing. You'll need CPL.com. We'll keep it cool, but it's hard to sell. License number 1047-781. The experts at AMCO have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification. So they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. AA, CL. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Golden Voice Quizzes, Powered, Guns N' Roses, Ozzy Osbourne, for the entire Powered Trip weekend. VIP camping at the Safari State Campground. All thanks to Golden Voice. Register now to buy tickets at PoweredTrip.live. On sale Thursday at 1 p.m. Eastern. Enter your chance to win now. iHeartRadio.com/Powered Trip. I love marathons. Yeah, but it's
How about your training program?
well, it's mostly carbs, carb loads, the eating regulated to your cuddling to yourself. The speakers that I get, I mean, they're $650. I think those all three. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 handle here on the Monday morning, April 3rd. More Absolute Tank handle on the news on this Monday morning. Jennifer Wayne.
We're keeping an eye on this story that happened in Russia, where we talked about it last week. You had Evan Gershkovich, who is a Wall Street Journal reporter, who was arrested, and a lot of people are referring to this now as sort of the Linda Whitney Griner situation, where it seems like Russia might be doing this just to sort of toy with the U.S., if you will. There was, though, a tweet that was released before Gershkovich was arrested, and it said that reporting on Russia is now also a regular practice of watching people you know get locked away for years. And so a lot of people were saying this was just an ominous, he knew what was coming, kind of this tweet that he had put out.
It's probably more coincidental because it happens so often, rather than that he somehow knew he was thinking of himself when he said that. I think Bill's talking about this. Yeah, he's talking about this at 7:30 about how this is kind of a new political move I think you're right, though. It is. The Brittany Griner story is actually very different. If she came in just with a plan that he's being accused of sabotage or espionage, and that is really the same thing. He's still not out. So that's a bad thing to be charged with. I'm going to talk more about that because it's on a very much bigger level. All right, we have a paramedic shortage in Southern California. Actually, a lot of the country has a shortage of paramedics and EMTs, and Southern California is amongst those areas. So what happens is, if you don't have enough paramedics, it takes longer for the ambulance to get to you. And sometimes when the ambulance gets to you, there's no paramedics. Now, what they're doing in Riverside County, when that happens, is they'll have a fire engine paramedic go with the patient to the hospital, but that means you have a fire engine that's out of service until that paramedic gets back. So they're thinking of ways that they can help with this problem, because there's a high turnover rate for EMTs and paramedics. And the one idea I like a lot comes from San Bernardino County Fire Protection District spokesperson Tracy Martinez, who's talking about one thing you can do is hire EMTs and then send them to paramedic schools. Also, it's one of all kinds of ideas, different deployment algorithms. Yeah, there are areas about agencies and private fields. Even more? Yeah, I'm willing to bet those who are working for a major city fire department as a paramedic, you're going to do just fine. I'm still willing to bet that there's a shortage of there's a glut of people who are applying to that. Also, as far as the fire truck is concerned, remember when I had my back surgery and it was out, and the only big they brought the paramedics. They called an ambulance, and there was a fire truck. And I asked, why a fire truck? Why do you need firemen and women just in case if they need help bringing someone downstairs? So they do that as a matter of course. So it's no small deal. And now you're finding all over the country that the ambulance drivers, they're not paramedics, they're Uber drivers that they hire to pick people up in the ambulances. Both are cheaper.
I'm looking at Indeed.com. And it looks like paramedics range $25 to $38 an hour in LA. Salary.com says you make between $45,000 and $68,000 a year.
That's private paramedics, I would guess. It wouldn't be a fire department paramedic.
Oh, no,
and that's a lot. There's a lot of private ambulances that have paramedics and EMTs. Because people go to paramedic school and become EMTs, etc. And it's not that great of a job.
10,000 U.S. Army soldiers have become obese over the pandemic. They say that it was, a lot of stress, and a lot of them had access to relationships, like all the rest of us did. And their schedule, which is usually a big part of this, may have been altered because of the pandemic. And so now the Army, just one of, the many branches of our military, is saying, hey, we've got to make sure that we get our people back into the physical fitness that we require, because they were injured. The heavier you are, the more likely you are to maybe, step wrong, even if it's something that simple. But that they're more likely to be injured, and with recruiting down at this time, they've got to make sure that everybody that they do have stays as healthy as possible.
Well, the contradiction, isn't it? You get people in the service by offering more food.
Don't you look at this man?
And at the same time,
everybody, this story. There's a bit like, oh, my God.
Oil prices up as much as 8% after OPEC surprise announced that it was going to cut output by over 1 million barrels a day starting next month through the end of the year. Russia already said we're going to trim our oil production by 500,000 barrels a day. So obviously the price goes up, and some analysts say that would be $200 barrel oil again. I doubt that, because you're talking about what the United States alone, that would be 17 million barrels of oil a day. Do I have that right? But a million barrel of oil still makes a dent because we're like low every drop of blood. That makes sense actually. That works. Every drop of oil that is produced. So when we're in 2.8 million, 2 billion barrels, okay, that's it. And we are in a demand for oil is going up right now. The last time there were production cuts, it was when demand was going down. Now demand is going up, China recovery is happening, and they're saying we're going to cut the output. One more.
And Dominion, the case against Fox News now is going to trial, and this is the one where Dominion says that it was defamed on Fox News over its voting system. Dominion's $1.6 billion suit accuses Fox of knowingly pushing false conspiracy theories about the voting machine company in the 2020 election.
Dominion's going to win this one. Well, this is remarkable because not only did the judge say you have enough to go to trial, the judge also said, we are done with whether or not the things that were said on Fox are false. They were false. You don't have to prove that to the jury. That's a given. And also, we are done with whether those things are defamatory. They are defamatory per se. You don't have to prove that to the jury. Dominion only has to prove half their case now. Yeah, the damage in front of the jury. Yeah, absolutely. And Fox is defending itself. First Amendment, that's not going to fly. And it was opinion of the host. No, they issued the fact that Dominion cheated and the software of the Dominion went to Joe Biden. They said it was fact. The host. So they got no place to go. All right, we're done. Coming up, the Trump mugshot. Oh, is it coming tomorrow? KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Stimulating talk. Los Angeles and County.
Live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
I'm marking a box. I'm Jennifer Jones, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Thousands of LA school district workers are set to start voting on what's been described as an historic labor agreement that was reached after that 3-day strike. The agreement basically meets the union's demand for a 30% pay raise and also includes bonus payments, retroactive pay, and fully paid health benefits. Voting will run through Friday, and the results are set to be announced on Saturday. A man from Woodland Hills has been arrested for allegedly shooting 4 people at the Fallbrook Shopping Center in West Hills, killing one of them. Police think the shooting Saturday was over a drug deal. The alleged shooter was caught after a short police chase. A man who tried to rescue his dog from a cliff behind his home in San Pedro also needed rescuing. The guy got stuck on the cliff yesterday. Firefighters used a harness and rope system to lower the man and the dog to the beach. About 30 feet down, both were okay. More than 30 people have been killed by dozens of tornadoes that swept through the South, Midwest, and Northeast. The dead include at least 9 in one county in Tennessee, 5 in Indiana, and 4 in Illinois. The storms tore through a path through the Arkansas capital and also collapsed the roof of a packed concert venue in Illinois. The man at the concert said he couldn't save his dad. The National Weather Service confirmed the tornado was responsible for damage to several homes near Bridgeville, Delaware Saturday. One person was found dead inside a heavily damaged house. Plans are being made in New York for the arraignment.
This is one of the busiest courthouses in the country, yet it's preparing for something never seen before.
And Kaczynski says security in Lower Manhattan has been tightened ahead of tomorrow's appearing.
There will be no other court proceedings on the 15th floor here while Trump is inside, and many other cases in the building have been adjourned to reduce foot traffic. The streets around here will all be closed.
Trump's lawyer says his client will plead not guilty. Trump plans to fly back to Mar-a-Lago right after his arraignment. Former Arkansas governor Asa Hutchinson jumped into the 2024 race for president.
I want to be running, and the reason I've traveled the country for 6 months. I hear people talking about the leadership of our country, and I'm convinced that people want leaders that appeal to the best of America.
The former Republican senator says people want good leadership, common sense, consistent conservatism, and optimism about our great country. He says he believes former President Trump should drop out because he's too much of a sideshow. the original restaurant in downtown Disney is closing. The Towel Restaurant announced the closure on Instagram. Its outdoor Uber bar will also shut down April 14th. The closure is part of a major redevelopment of downtown Disney. There's a Mexican restaurant that's expected to open in the Towel site. We're going with your drive of UKFI in the sky in the 405 after Sports with Wayne. The Dodgers split their opening series against the Arizona Diamondbacks. They dropped the final game yesterday 2-1. The Boys in Blue get the Colorado Rockies today at 7:10 with Michael Grove on the mound. You can hear it in HD on the iHeartRadio app live from the Calvin Loaded podcast. The Angels told the A's no. While still had Otani out, went yard in the same inning. There's a drive. What a time! Home run number 1 in 2020 for Mike Trout. It's 5-0 Angels in the fifth. In the final score, Angels 6, Rays nothing. The Halos lose to the Seattle Mariners today. Rescheduled will start. And tonight, the San Diego State Aztecs will battle the Huskies of UConn for the NCAA men's basketball championship. It's the first ever test appearance for the Aztecs. I'm in the KFI Sports.
He was quite literally a child of the American Revolution.
There are 10 million job openings in the U.S.
Joined the American
Like 6 million people looking for work. And hourly employees, well, they need those. It's hard to find qualified hourly employees. So let's just job.com. This is a way for employers to connect qualified job seekers. Now, with other hiring sites, you get resumes from candidates who don't meet the criteria, aren't hiring you, hard to reach, go to you on those interviews. JobGet is different. Our candidates already have the skills that you need. You're only talking to workers in your area, not working time. Office assistants, managers, cleaning, maintenance, receptionists, sales associates, retail, I just do this. With one click, most employers get their first applicant within minutes. Businesses report 10 times better hiring conversions on JobGet, and you save 20% per job or more. Try it for free. JobGet.com/handle pre-post. JobGet.com/handle.
All over the colony, families.
So, weather from KFI, it's going to be a beautiful day out there. It looks like for the next few days. In fact, we've got sunshine for most of this week. The highs today are just going to be in the upper 60s to the low 70s. We've got upper 70s by the end of the week. Your KFI financial report is brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. The Dow is up 331. S&P is up 12. NASDAQ is down 40. Let's go look at your drive right after this. But wait, that's my your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. This is for you since 1972. And now that drive on the 405.
Good morning, I've been working for a while now. I was sitting here glowing report for South 405 in the downtown Valley when we were doing a class over the Santa Monica freeway. So we had to run back there. Thankfully, it was actually South 405 was a different way. So it all freeways very quickly. So again, well, it's still pretty good shape right now for the 405 in the San Fernando Valley. You could be able to stay in schedule. Real fast and coming way down. Not too bad at all. This city, LA, we're going back down to Texas. It was quite a crash. What's in the front yard. I am told by CHP that it's clear. So we're going to check it for it. But I know the Santa Monica freeway is a quarrel. Probably still is out to about and the Riverside Toronto run, that's a big keep an eye on this. West End, you want to look like that's 241. I think there was a flag there. So maybe kind of, well, extra slow, if you will. Coming away from the 15. I'll follow up on all this stuff for you. Jeff, hey, am I in the sky?
This hour of the Bill Harbor Show brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. If you get rid of an accident, choose the law firm with your kids to win. Choose Jacoby and Myers.
Finding a great candidate can be like that. Well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. It's powerful technology, actively fun, and it's right, qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of trade, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack. Meanwhile, 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Expensive, overpriced, value. What are you doing? Great for car pricing to drive. It is Roto.com. Roto.com.
Yeah, Atlanta, the wait is over, and there are tons of great
Oh,
yeah. Find a new or pre-owned car of your dreams at any time on any device in just a few clicks. And have got a great price by downloading the Roto app or check out Roto.com.
Some of the stories we are covering, that's whole right through tornadoes whipping by the south and midwest. It's crazy out there. And it's going to get worse and more tornadoes. Also, some of the next decade, man, is very important in the Ohio Valley. Donald Trump has away from that news a lot. And this was going to be one of those defining moments. As you know, he has been indicted in New York. Hard work has to do with hush money paid to Canada. And it really isn't the hush money for learn about the value of a river. What you can do is lie about it on this record, saying that the money is actually used for legal expenses and the corn sort of video. That's the crime here. That's being investigated what the indictment was. So he gets to be arrested lined up in Colorado on the campus the high thing coming out by himself. We will never like Donald Trump in New York. Like New York has to be extradited. And as if Donald Trump is not going to fly in for the charge. And so what's going to happen? Well, this is new stuff. He was strong in his endurance and energy. Never happened in the history of the United States. Which Donald Trump is pretty good at establishing. He is an outlier president and candidate, and truly is going to be one of the most well-known presidents that history is going to give us. There are a few presidents that any school kid can come up and mention them. One of them being George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Stanley Backyard, but certainly not to the level that well, Donald Trump is in that level. I think that's going to happen, not to the degree. So, what's going to happen? Well, he shows up in New York, and I don't know what airport he's going to land on. He's coming in the Trump airplane. Could be Newark, could be LaGuardia. I think they do LaGuardia. And so that's my first question. And there will be a motorcade. Is that what happened? I'm not sure that's what happened when Donald Trump coming and then he gets to go to the courthouse. And as you can imagine, the security around the courthouse is probably will be very protection all the time demonstration. Then he will be brought upstairs to the courthouse. He will be fingerprinted, everybody else. American expansion was a database, and there will be a merge company around the New York says mugshots cannot be released. Cuomo, who passed that way. So can it be released under very special one, the authorities can release it if it's necessary for public safety. Someone's on a roof. If or information that is the guy. So, or someone has blown bail. Well, there is, there's not going to be any exact circumstances with Donald Trump. He's not going to. And the other entity that's allowed to release the mugshot is the person himself or American presence in the West. The mugshot Americans from using the lower Mississippi. Whoever the mugshot is taken can release it. Now, there usually people will say, no, we're not going to release it Donald Trump is a whole different story. I can't imagine some others. Because for him, it's a badge of honor. Both sides will be using that mugshot. Trump followers will use that mugshot to prove that the witch hunt has gone to this point. Those who are against Trump will be using that to prove that he really is. It's out of the question. The attack on Donald Trump by Alvin Bragg, DA of Manhattan, is being regarded by the Trump folks as a witch hunt, by others as those against Trump as simply the law doing what it should do. Why can't you have both at the same time? Why are they using Why can't you have a political witch hunt, which, by the way, I think politics are all over it? I mean, truly, this charge has never been done like this. And at the same time, authorities illegally have something here where law has been broken. I think you can have both sides. Of course, in the world of politics, Trump followers only see the witch hunt, and Trump opponents only see following the law. So, if I had to guess, you're going to see the mugshot release. On every mug, on every t-shirt, on every sticker you can possibly imagine, and what the Trump campaign can do is use it to raise tons of money. Matter of fact, tomorrow night, he is flying to Mar-a-Lago after the booking, where he is going to be making some remarks. I'm willing to bet they're already going to be selling those t-shirts. I would be shocked if they coming up, a little bit of history. President's never been indicted, but I gotta tell you, this man is not alone in terms of legal issues or potential legal issues. That's coming right up. KFI AM 640, let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Green live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Governor Kathy Hochul is offering to send in the National Guard. State police say they need more help for former President Trump's arraignment in Manhattan tomorrow. Many extreme areas are still recovering from this weekend. Storms now are expected to see more severe weather this week. At least 32 people in 7 states have been reported dead as a result of the weekend tornadoes. The country's Kelsey Ballerini is calling for action to end gun violence. She opened last night's TNT Music Awards by speaking directly into the TV camera and saying the names of each of the recent school shooting victims in Tennessee. We'll get a look at your drive. We'll review the 10 in just a moment.
If you own a small business and you manage to get COVID and 5 or more employees that were witness through COVID, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $20,000 per employee. Do the math on that. That's money. GetRefunds.com. You go to your site in just under 10 minutes, including if your business qualifies for this payroll tax refund. No charge up front if you contingency arrangement, which means they don't get paid unless your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that have PPP, even if you had instances in sales during COVID. They are experts on this payroll tax refund program. They've already returned $3 billion to businesses, including a six-figure refund market. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to GetRefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, GetRefunds.com.
SoCal weather from KFI is a nice sunny day ahead and warm with temperatures in the upper 60s to the mid-70s. This report was brought to you by 6 Auto. From the Southern California Creative Traffic Center, let's go places and we'll get a review of the 10 mistakes.
Review is the outdoor door there. Good one. I've been looking for a while. I'm kind of headed to the way, the way on San Monica Freeway is what we're going to review. But there's quite a fun Crenshaw in lanes. I am very happy to tell you. I just saw it, circle over, going over to the shoulder. There's a lot of vehicles. I don't see everybody helping out there. So, bottom line, if you're around the East LA Interstate down, you got to go watch San Monica Freeway. It's just plain slow. This day is just slowing through it. But it's got all lanes up and all the view. Going to LAX, a little more of this, there was quite a problem. West 105, but the place is just where you don't see the problem. They go into the tunnel and then the runway. But that is cleared as well, so a little slow from the 405. Other than a quick check of the your problem. Yes, let's keep it that way. That's why way up high in the sky.
People express about the rumors only. Visit $6USA.com to find the newest Swiss auto location. Their highly trained and certified technicians will have you back on the road in no time. Your choice on who fixes your vehicle. Show your insurance agent that you want to go to Swiss Auto. Victory Photo, sponsored by Insperity. Providing scalable HR services. Access to better benefits. Tailor on HR technology for over 35 years. Insperity mission is to help businesses succeed. For community software, Insperity. 8,000 makes a difference. Visit Insperity.com.
You're here for the hard work. For the ones rolling up the sleep, working around the clock to get a job done. You're dedicated to doing what it takes to keep a business growing. You are dedicated to helping make that happen. Working 7 days a week, staying fully stocked and ready to ship any of our 41,000 items for sale day. You are. You're shipping and investor supply specialist. Visit uline.com.
Don't wait for your employee retention tax credit. This because the government may be for small business like this. Our DRC loans offer tax now for your tax with funding in as little as 72 hours. DRC loans keep your business going with interest only payments for up to 12 months. For more info, call 800-381-0187. 800-381-0137. And go to BigCredit.com/DRC loans for full service original college.
He doesn't keep off the top of his head spontaneously in any evidence that ROTHSCHILD is running for president. Remember, you had that meltdown with the guy in the audience? Yeah, that's what he was really losing. He can't be out amongst the public. He really has to things to blow up and act crazy. John ain't there. So look how this actually live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. Size on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
He signed the document swearing his allegiance to the Spanish crown.
Security Joe has with you. Monday morning is April the 3rd. Some of the big stories we are covering. Very hard for the death toll is up to just 32. South of the land. 50 tornadoes ripped through that area. More are coming.
He got the bride.
And then by tomorrow,
as you can see, evidence of his
Donald
he was an expert at playing both sides of the table.
fingerprints and
Spanish, all the while seeing how things
the
turn out.
first, before we get to
However, by the end of
our segment on past presidents,
Spanish on the sidelines.
the comparison. And on
Donald
Trump,
the Spanish, they decided
here's
his lot
the
was best
answer.
cast in the United States.
Now, you're told to win $1,000. It's a worth on our website. Fun, that's fun, F-U-N. Enter it now at powered by Big Games Accident Attorney. Together an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Big Games. 800-500-5200, that's 800-500-5200, or BigGames.com. Now, you have to enter the keyword on the website. Just the keyword. Go to KFI.am640.com/chat. Winners are notified by email. You can enter your last one to win $1,000 every other hour starting at 7 a.m. until 5 p.m. Now, this time is going to be made tomorrow with Donald Trump being elected, having already been indicted for a misdemeanor, possibly felony. I'm not going to know if it was a jury indictment, and that's going to happen at the arrest. And as I told you in the last segment, and you can listen to the last segment on demand or any segment here to go to the iHeartRadio app and the entire program or all the programs here on KFI District. Now,
As mentioned,
so which one is going to be made? It will be the first president indicted and arrested, or former president indicted and arrested at the city level. Probably can't be arrested or indicted while he's sitting in the presidency. So, history is the details of what Burr wanted to do, but in the modern president, we had a couple of really interesting, potentially and probably, well, not even say probably, I'm going to say absolutely criminal actions by President Gore and former president, actually two presidents, Richard Nixon, Warren Harding as president. He had a big ally with Gore was made him in this situation that he was sold off. He was never accused personally of that. Also, he was grant and his cabinet so correct that he was never charged. We talked about Bill Clinton. When you talk about Nixon, when you talk about Donald Trump, these are crimes. Out and out crimes. Now, we go back to 1972, 1973. I think this is the most egregious of all time. Richard Nixon would have been convicted of a felony. There was no question about it. And I'll tell you why. I was accused of the cover-up of the Watergate scandal. I had those burglars come into the headquarters of the Democratic National Party for whatever reason. They said they were never going to lose, the go figure. And they broke in and didn't get what they wanted to get. And then it got all the way up to the White House on tape. Richard Nixon talked about the cover-up. And said, we can get these guys $1 million if they shut up. And they're willing to shut up, let's go pay them. That's the President of the United States. That's the function of justice. Interfering with a federal investigation. That is a big crime felony. He was about to be impeached, and he resigned before any of this happened. And then a month after he resigned, Gerald Ford, who was in, people were so upset. I remember outside. I was screaming there because Richard Nixon just wanted to go to prison. And he would have.
I know.
But for the resignation, actually, but for the part that was issued by Gerald Ford. Okay, that is probably the worst. I believe this was straight up. You had Bill Clinton who out and out loud about his sex with women, wagging his finger, saying, I never had sex with that woman. He lied. He had plenty of sex with that woman, usually under a resident staff. When she was looking for her contact lenses under the jacket that she dropped. And then you find out where she was looking for them, but and you lied about that. And was acquitted at the other presidential because he was two-thirds to acquit the majority of the House to impeach. So nobody is ever going to get convicted. That's just impossible. But at the same time, you have Bill Clinton, who lost his law life, resigned his law life, never went to prison, but was convicted perjury. Okay, so you have Richard Nixon, you have Bill Clinton, and now you have Donald Trump. Donald Trump, I think, is an idiot. What Nixon did far worse than anybody else as far as I'm concerned. And you have Donald Trump, who I'm going to argue in favor of him being guilty of this. While at the same time acknowledging a lot of it. I mean, a lot. So he's accused of being involved in the misdemeanor, maybe the felony, of covering up or calling money that went to effectively to campaign legal from Michael Cohen, and translates into him Stormy Daniels, and he is arguing that didn't happen. Absolutely not. Just to pick a side, have you seen Trump's attorney? What the hell is his name?
By the way, I had journals recounting that RA1 was ridiculous.
And he is on all of the talk shows. He's the spokesperson for Donald Trump. He's doing a great job. Home, arguably, the great analysis of the legal system. I think it's wrong. But of all the people that are, whether you agree or disagree with them, he's doing a professional manner as opposed to a Rudy Giuliani, as opposed to a Sidney Powell, as opposed to all the other what happened. And I said earlier, I'll tell you what is going to happen, and that is there is going to be a trial. You have a former president. But you also have a man who does nothing but litigate and and fight, and so New York is up, to say the least. Coming up, I'm going to switch gears, and I've talked about this before, but I have some figures here about this. So first, let me do even this is a new era of hostage diplomacy. What great let's check in with Jennifer Jones. Please live in the Terrified 24-hour news.
A nearly 1-year-old boy in South Orange County has been killed by a driver who may have been under the influence of drugs. The boy was in a stroller yesterday being pushed by his parents when a car went onto the sidewalk and hit them. The DHC says the car traveled a few hundred feet along the sidewalk before it crashed into the family. The parents were hurt. The driver was arrested. The teacher in Virginia shot by one of her 6-year-old students a fee of $40 million. Her lawsuit claims school administrators shrugged off multiple warnings from staff and students who believed the boy had a gun and posed an imminent threat on the day of the shooting. The teacher was shot in the hand and chest in January while she sat at a reading table in a first-grade classroom. Pope Francis is at the hospital. He was there for 3 days last week being treated for bronchitis. So it won't take down a bit hoarse, and at times he seems slightly out of breath. The Pope's still marking the beginning of Holy Week, perhaps his busiest time of year, with a passionate sermon, something faithful who prays for his health, and urging the world to take better care of his poor, sick, and lonely. The Vatican says the Pope will preside over Holy Week service. This is overturned a book ban, ABC State Packer says. Books like Night Fiction by Maury Sendak and Perfectly Normal by Rabbi have been removed from library shelves, expressed in Lano County.
By library board members, where they encourage what they call child grooming and depicted cartoon nudity. The books that promoted acceptance of LGBTQ views were labeled pornographic.
He says the judge cited the people who sued the county, saying that removing books simply because the government doesn't like the content violates their First Amendment. And NASA is about to announce in about a half hour from now, as a matter of fact, the 4 astronauts who will fly on the Artemis 2 mission around the moon. NASA astronaut Victor Glover is expected to be one of them, whether it's myself or one of my good friends. Whatever aspect of that mission I get to be a part of, I'm just happy that we are doing it. I get to be a part of the we no matter where I'm sitting. Glover was on board the International Space Station 2 years ago. The Artemis flyby is planned for 2024. NASA says they will publish they will actually go to the South Pole of the moon, and then what they find there could someday lead to launching from the moon, then go even deeper into space. We're going to be the one splitting the series at Dodger Stadium. The boys include the Colorado Rockies today at 7:10 with Michael Grove on the mound. You can hear it on the iHeartRadio app live from the Southern Notice broadcast booth. Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani hit back-to-back homers to propel the Yankees to a 6-0 lead over the O's. Victory, you know what I'm saying. They won 6-0. Heroes lose for Seattle Mariners today. These Devils will handle a Halo start. In basketball, the Lakers dominated the Houston Rockets 134-109. Here's Coach Darvin Ham on Anthony Davis and his 40-point night. Couple things have happened over the last several years. Houses have increased in value like they did, and they're not going to increase. They're flat, and so selling them might be an issue. And borrowing money is never an issue. If you need $75,000 in 1 year, now's the time to get accessibility. As a matter of fact, you're probably going to drop. HMS Capital can help you borrow the money back in your equity money build. Over the year. Call HMS Capital at 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. HMScapital.com. There was no reason to work on what's going on. I might be on his own. St. Anthony Falls and the Rapids were strong. Still hot weather from KFI. We got sunshine on the way. I know still a few clouds out there this morning, but the sun will happen later. And we're going to stay warm most of this week, highs in the upper 60s to the mid, maybe even a few upper 70s by the end of the week. Tonight is 51 in Brea, early Dana Point. Let's get a look at the drive. We'll do KFI in the sky. This shower looking at the 5. Listen up to Michael Blair Park. He's still in pretty good shape, but only seems to 5.
Once you up north side, that's a cool place to deal with. And there was, we went down to take a look at it, there was a problem north side around Eastern Atlantic where the train vessel goes over the freeway there. But all that girls found it, but actually it's kind of a serious problem. It's really jammed coming over to 605. He's still entertaining, doing its thing. It's all like roughing all the way around. Girls all going west to the west end, but other than that, I think he's pretty okay. Really concerned about the Cajon Pass. God, this was just going to 30 south down from the 395 down to the 138. It really is a problem. After all, I think it's a pretty good as it goes on Ontario. If you choose the west 210, pretty good all the way to 57, and then one drive, no question about it. From the 57 most of the way to Pasadena. And that early morning confrontation with listening earlier, and I believe this for a while. North Robert Freeway, North One, anyway, Crossbar. But it's all gone, all in broken out. Little closer to small 105. Little ball in the San Fernando Valley. Coming up, just fall on AFI and the sky.
The first batch was too small, and they sank in the rough weather.
You still don't have a car?
Weather got worse for the game around the stockade.
It's over at Robo.com. It's real. At Roto, they have a ton of deals on cars. Show me that ride. Find a newer real car of your dreams at any time on any device in just a few clicks. And you've got a great price by downloading the Roto app or check out Roto.com.
That brings live from his bedroom. It's another eventful night for the curious one. Music is blaring everywhere, sparkling with his guitar. It's like Michelle is as stressed as a fiddle string, trying to contain her range. Michelle's rolling Steve over. There he goes. The mask is off. Oh my glory. Michelle throws her elbow. Now it's up. He's aiming for the couch, taking a place to say he's just 100-pound lamb. Fast in that dog crash here. With all this struggle, please just inspired. Absolutely first. Inspire is a sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable, restful sleep at the click of a remote. That's right, a button. And you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and sleeping peacefully. There's no mask and no hole. Yeah. Learn more at InspireSleep.com. That's InspireSleep.com.
Inspire. Sleep apnea and addiction. Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
I'm Martin Coach, the inventor of Navaj Nasal Care, and I love Navaj. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. Good Navage's powered pressure will help flush out allergens, viruses, yeast, and germs. And then Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Ricardo, quote, "This is one of the greatest inventions ever. I know this may sound like I'm exaggerating, but this sucker is amazing. The first time I did it, I couldn't believe what came out of my sinuses. I could breathe with ease. My wife just bought one too. Thank you for this product." Unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage.
Good and mom. KFI AM 640.
Why it matters. AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. That oil prices are up 8%. Cited, there's going to be in oil production. A million barrels per day. And since we never drop that comes out of the ground, it really backs up. So oil is going to cost a whole lot more. And of course, that translates into gasoline. Now, let me tell you what's going on. And of course, you know already. You've heard the name of it. He was arrested in Russia for espionage. He's a Wall Street Journal reporter who was writing stories that many reporters are about, the collapse of the Russian economy, what's going on in Ukraine, and considering Putin controls the media and has the control of the police, the entire security apparatus, not hard to figure out that he was arrested. And this happened a few days ago, and he is now being charged with espionage And this was a little different because within hours after the arrest, the U.S. came down hard against Russia. And now negotiations are starting, and it's not going to be easy, and it takes a long time. Paul Wheeler and Marine have been in for years, 4 years. There were others that were in for years, 5, 6 years in prison before they were released. Now, what's going to happen with this? Here's the difference between the different kinds of folks being grabbed by different groups and countries. When it comes to major countries that detain people, Russia, China, for example, it's all about exchanging prisoners. That's really what it's about. Russia wants, in this case, spouse who was convicted of arms smuggling, 25 years, and that's what happened with Griner. With Britain Griner. He gets arrested for less than a gram of hashish oil, and about is doing 25 years in prison, and they split. So it's about prisoner exchange. Russia won on that one. But the politics of leaving Brittany Griner in prison in Russia was intolerable. It was overwhelming here in the United States. So when it comes to countries like Russia and China, it's not prisoner exchange. When it comes to countries like Egypt, who had people arrested, or Turkey, or North Korea, for example, that's all about aid. It's not about exchanging prisoners. It's about gifts of aid, it's about politics. It's not about exchanging prisoners. So that's the second way that these detainees are held. The third way is when you have just out and out terrorist organizations. That's it. They're going to hold on to folks for years and in some cases kill them. And it's not about ransom. Well, it is to some extent. There is money that's paid. But then you have the criminals who simply want money from families. In the United States has a policy where you cannot negotiate with terrorists. It's against the law to negotiate with criminals or terrorists who are holding people hostage. Although it is done under the table and it's done all the time. There were a group of Americans that were picked up, you remember, I think it was in Switzerland, in Italy. Yeah, I think it was Italy, where the Americans were held for ransom, and the country not only allowed it to happen, but I think that they actually were involved in paying money. So guess what happened? The Americans are held, and the foreigners are released. With countries that, in the case of Russia, we have diplomatic relations with, they argue that these are our laws, don't interfere with our laws. And the charge is espionage, much like when you would arrest a Russian that we were thinking committed espionage. Now the prisoner is so is he going to be released? Number one, there's a big problem because of our relations with Russia right now. It's a little bit strained. Number two, we're not holding anybody. That's the problem too. They grab them, we don't. It's the way they do business. But you can't always don't go to Russia. Already the State Department has said, don't go to Russia. Not a good place to go. I don't care if you're a tourist. I don't care if you're a business person that is doing business in Russia. And there's a ton of Americans over there. A ton of reporters over there. You take your chances. I wouldn't do it. Now, we talk about, remember the scandal of getting into college singers where people paid, Lori Loughlin paid a couple $100,000 to get in illegally, just flying spots. What do you think of parents paying consultants $750,000 to get their kids into college legally? That's a hell of a story coming right up. KFI AM 640, let's check in with Jennifer Jones Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The CDC wants all of us to stop eating raw cookie dough. California is one of 11 states with a salmonella outbreak. 6 of the patients said they ate raw cookie dough or batter just before their symptoms started, and the products all used the same type of flour. SpaceX is celebrating a perfect hipster launch kickoff yesterday morning, carrying 10 satellites designed to help the military ID and track missiles. And it's not easy to find a cheap home in California, but they do still exist. A study from Go Banking Rates analyzed Zillow and census data and found 5 cities with an average home value under $350,000. 2 are in Kern County, Oilville, and Delano.
We've got a lot of stress going on out there. So let me suggest looking at sleep number 360 Smart Bed. This is proven quality sleep. Big difference in your life. When I haven't had a good night's sleep, believe me, people know it. And when I've had a good night's sleep, well, people do notice that. So the sleep number bed lets you adjust, customize each side of the bed, your ideal firmness, comfort, support. That's your sleep number might like you 100 or probably like a particularly firm mattress that changes over the years. Now through April 10th, you can save $1,200 on the Sleep Number 360 i10 Smart Bed plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. And that part of it ends today. You'll only find these deals at Sleep Number stores. Remember, you'll only find these beds at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. 30 stores in Southern California, including Brea, Long Beach, Mission Viejo, Moreno Valley, sleepnumber.com.
Check out weather from KFI. Partly gray today, more sunshine later. Highs today will be in the 60s. We could see upper 70s near 80 by the end of the week. This report is brought to you by Insperity. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Shopping Center, let's go places like the Five.
And Dave, if you don't store that requirement, just something to watch for now so it doesn't become a big problem. But a normal massage is just as diverse with the ones that extreme thoughts there.
Yeah, you have the children's thoughts. You have like the fucking funny thoughts.
Now, that's not why you have to have the one I like that.
Buckle bunny and then there's fat bunny.
It's pretty much German way. I don't know what the exact. All that stuff on the freeway. Friday afternoon, my goodness, that was really something else. Right now, it's not too bad to drive. We'll start back at the 605. Just go around the road and go to the 710, but you'll be okay. And real quick, 710, it's slow. Coming up from the 91, but be expected. All lanes open. That fog, KFI in the sky.
Good morning. Global HR Services access to better benefits. Payroll and HR technology for over 35 years. Insperity mission is to help businesses succeed. The community software, Insperity. HR that makes a difference. Visit Insperity.com.
This report is sponsored by California Solar and Storage Association. Many Californians are going solar now to take advantage of government incentives. If you are planning to install solar, don't forget basic steps like getting multiple bids and only working with licensed contractors. Go to CALSSA.org for more tips to protect your solar investment. Hey, start now. It's the perfect time for that need to green kitchen because the best place to have it in all of Southern California. The kitchen store is having its fall sale. The kitchen store is right up the 405 in Culver City with 12-month payment cash financing, pricing receipts for big boxes, totally free in-showroom consult with an expert kitchen designer, and happening right now for big fall sale. To start your new kitchen right by dialing 310 Kitchen. That's 310 Kitchen. Find them on the web at 310kitchen.com.
USA is ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. Since California has come the most awards, we prepare to thank you soon. The Californians everywhere need this power to help you plan budget and save smarter. Our goal tracking and budgeting tools would have no place to shine if it weren't for you, and this work is enough for that. Thank you to our real life team who go above and beyond for our customers every day. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/award. Seriously, life is just
We all know how to use it. We need to go to the wrong place for transmission.